Happy Turkey Day, everybody. I hope you didn't have to fight an old lady to click on this video, because, you know, that's pretty fucked up. I hope you didn't. Jesus. Whether you celebrate something on this weekend or you don't, I hope you're just happy, healthy, and ready for this wonderful ride of a video. Like the title of this video suggests, this is a compilation of all of my Spider-Man tutorial videos that I've put out so far. I thought it'd be a little fun video to kind of put out around this time, just in case, you know, you need a little escape from, you know, the family or certain situation, or just don't want to think about it. You can kind of just watch me. Oh God, how old was I when I started doing this? Was I like 19? When I started uploading these videos? You can watch me grow from a 19-year-old young boy to a, when did I stop? When I was like 21, when I was a 21-year-old young man. This is definitely gonna be interesting for me to edit, just to like put all these videos side by side and watch me just gain weight and then like immediately lose it in one video. So first up, we have my Spider-Man No It Is Not. Hi. Editing Johnny here. That is not actually my first cosplay tutorial. I have like 3 other ones. The Far From Home, the Infinity War, and the homemade suit. That's actually what I'm pausing here. I actually found the footage, I didn't think I did, of me making my homemade suit from Spider-Man Homecoming. So please enjoy watching me make my Spider-Man Homecoming homemade suit, and then you guys will get to enjoy me making my Spider-Man No Way Home upgraded suit. Oh, all right, let's get this. Hey everyone, today we are going to be talking about the start of my Spider-Man Homecoming homemade suit. Now the reason why I decided I want to do a homemade suit was because, you know, I started watching the MCU movies again, and that included the Spider-Man Homecoming and Far From Home, and I own pretty much every other suit. All my suits are actually in my closet. You can't see it. Those are my clothes, but they're in the corner in there. I own basically almost every MCU suit besides the homemade suit and the Night Monkey suit, or the stealth suit, whatever you want to call it. So I decided, you know, why not start on those while, you know, third Spider-Man suit for the third movie, you know, gets made. Hopefully it won't be too different, and I'll be actually make it screen accurate without, you know, spending tons of money. But back to the point, yes, I'm gonna be making the Spider-Man homemade suit. Now, usually what I've seen from people, they've just done what Peter Parker in the movies actually did. It was just, you know, go on Amazon or go to the local stores and actually buy, you know, the hoodie, the shirt, the pants, the socks, and everything. Me, I'm gonna go a little different on this kind of take. I'm actually gonna be making everything. So besides the socks, I'm gonna be making, you know, I'm gonna be actually making the actual sleeveless hoodie, the everything, the shirt, the pants, web shooters, everything. I'm gonna be making everything by hand, which could totally screw me over or be actually good. So we'll see what happens. Basically what I've done is I went to Joann's, because now I can actually go Joann's. Joann's Fabrics and Crafts, I guess is the full name, you know, whatever. And I actually just went down there, see if there's anything that could, you know, be passable off as, like, you know, the fabric for the hoodie and everything else. And I've actually found some things. Ooh, okay. So first up, we got for like the mask and the hood, and I guess a little bit of the web shooters, I got this, you know, flannel type fabric. You know, it's not exactly the right fabric per se for a hoodie, but, you know, it works. It's close enough to the texturing of like hoodies and like masks and the mask. So I'll just be using this, find a pattern for like a hoodie or something with a zip up, and that'll be nice. And then for the blue sections, I actually, I'm happy that I found this fabric. I forgot what is the specific name for this fabric. I'll just have to look at my receipt, but it's nice and stretchy and also like light. It's not too thick, so that it's a little breathable, especially where I am in Arizona. It's freaking hot, so, you know, it'll give me a chance to, you know, have a little breathability within the suit. And, you know, it's accurate to the colors. It's nice, like baby blue, and I won't have to spend hours trying to match like sweatpants and a shirt, because that's pain in the ass. I tried doing that a few years ago. And I also from Joann's, I just got some like craft foam and zippers for everything else. The web shooters I'm going to make out of craft foam because I don't want to have to spend a ton of money on 3D printing. You know, craft foam is like 89 cents at Joann's, so I'm just gonna use that. And then for the actual shoes, I could just, you know, again, I could have just ordered it on Amazon, but I think ever since the movie came out, like they've sold out of like the actual like water shoe. But again, I'm trying to make this as like homemade as possible. So I'm actually just gonna be using some red spandex that I have and some craft foam to make some water shoes. I'm gonna have to figure out the patterning on that. Probably just gonna grab a sock and just draw over it and use that as a pattern and then make it. And I'll be showing you guys how to do that. What else? Oh yeah, for the mask, I'm gonna be using, again, that red fabric. And then I'm also gonna be using a pattern / tutorial from Brian Alzate. He actually has a tutorial up on his channel about how to do the homemade mask. And you know, it's probably one of the most accurate masks out there. So I'm just gonna be using that tutorial video. If you wanna see that tutorial, you know, link me down in the bio for his channel and that tutorial. But I guess that's pretty much, oh, and like the gloves, the fingerless gloves, I think I'm just gonna like, you know, freehand that with some fabric and, you know, just try to make it, again, as accurate as possible with like the padding on it. Maybe I'll just wrap some craft foam in that. And is there anything else for this homemade suit? It's just web shooters, boots, the undersuit, the sleeveless hoodie, web shooters. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. It's pretty short. It's just this stuff I'm using for this cosplay. And again, for the viewers who are watching my other series, if you haven't watched it yet, I had to delay the video for this week just to next week just because I was moving this week and, you know, things got busy and I couldn't, you know, just sit down and edit that video. And I'm really tired, by the way. Like, the past couple days, like, my body was just shutting down because I was building and lifting heavy things and all that shit. So I had like a headache for 2 days straight, so I just like, I needed a break. But yeah, I'm excited to start this series for you guys to show you how you can make your own like kind of I don't want to say 100% accurate, but 90% accurate homemade suit that is, I guess, relatively cheaper than just, you know, buying everything from Amazon. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this video and I will see you guys in the next one.
Am I Spider-Man yet?
Hey everyone. So in today's video of my Spider-Man Homecoming homemade suit, I'm going to be discussing the shirt and sweatpants and I guess now the socks. So here is the shirt. Actually, I should probably just unhook it so you can see the pants also. So here's the shirt that I have made by hand, all by myself, using the blue fabric I got from Joann. Here it is. It's probably, I want to say 90% accurate to the colors in the movie. Basically what I did was I got one of my shirts that I don't really wear, especially like a long sleeve one, because, well, I live in Arizona. There's no point in owning a long sleeve shirt, especially in the summer. I just cut it up at the seams and then I used that as a pattern to this. I took some creative liberties with, you know, the cuffing at the wrist. I just kind of did that so it kind of matched the movie shirt. And then I obviously, you know, hemmed the bottom myself just randomly. I did run into some complications with the collar. Yeah, so my sewing machine isn't working like the best right now for some odd reason. So basically what happened was I was originally supposed to hem the collar pieces when it was in pieces first, then sew them together. But I decided to do the opposite way and it got fudged up a little bit. So yeah, but it's gonna be covered with the hoodie, hopefully, and it won't cause too much attention to it. And here are the pants that I also sewed all by myself. Again, I just took some old sweatpants that I have no use of wearing, and then just used it for the pattern of these pants. And with the sweatpants, I actually was able to get the elastic that was in there. So, you know, I just, you know, use the elastic. Now these aren't 100% done yet because I have to get the string that's supposed to go through it that you tie in front. I still got to get that, but you know, it's just done practically. You know, not like everyone's not really gonna be like, hey, you don't have the fucking tie string thing there. So you know, and also I purchased some knee-high red socks that are part of the costume. These are not 100% accurate to the suit, but you know, it's just a pair of fucking red socks. It's the only one I could get for cheap. It's funny, I actually ordered these before I even started the actual like parts of the costume, and like they came in as I finished those. I guess I'll just try everything on now so you guys can get an idea of what it looks like. All right, so this is what it looks like when I have it on. I mean, it's practically just, you know, it's just like shirt, pants, and you know, red socks right now. Yeah, this is all I really have right now, and it's looking pretty good. Colors are kind of accurate. This is really comfortable, by the way. These are like pajamas. Like, I guess that's why he calls it a onesie in the movie. But yeah, this is like really comfortable. I could sleep in this, you know? It wasn't too hot in Arizona. Now, the next video will probably be on the hoodie, the red sleeveless hoodie. I'll show you guys how to make that. And if you guys are wondering, if you're also doing a homemade suit and you don't want to like kind of do what I'm doing, I actually have a pattern up in my Etsy shop where you can, you know, so you don't have to like cut up your own clothes. You can just use my pattern for the shirt and the pants. You can buy that there, and then you can use that. And I also leave a link of, I'm pretty sure what this fabric is. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure this is it at Joann, so you can order it and then, you know, use my pattern for it. So yeah, that's it for this video. Again, it was just me quickly showing, you know, this onesie type thing going on, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey everyone. So yeah, today's a bit of a different scheduled video. Usually Mondays I like to upload a video essay, a part of my video essay series. If you haven't watched it yet, that's what it's called. I'm not asking you if you haven't watched it yet. It gets kind of confusing when I say it out loud. I've decided to kind of stop that series for a little bit, not because, you know, I don't like doing it or anything, or the fact, you know, it's not getting enough views. I just decided to only start uploading on Mondays now. It can get tiring trying to upload 2 videos a week, especially when I'm like working all week on like, you know, cosplay stuff, and the weekend I have to like scramble to get this video together, and you know, that schedule is not gonna work when college starts up in a couple weeks. Oh shit, college starts up in a couple weeks. So I'm just gonna try to upload once a week again. I know for like the past month I've been uploading twice, but we're gonna have to go back to once a week, or maybe none. We're gonna see what happens. But yes, today's video is going to be on the red hoodie I did for my Spider-Man homemade suit. So yeah, this is the sleeveless hoodie for my homecoming homemade suit. I just finished it probably a few hours ago with the logo. I just put that on there. And great thing about this, it has pockets. Finally, I actually made like actual pockets. Finally have a suit with pockets. But yeah, so I'm gonna walk you through how you can make your own sleeveless hoodie for your own, maybe a homemade suit. So yeah, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna need a pattern for like a sleeveless hoodie or whatever. Now, luckily for you, I have made a pattern for you guys. It's available on my Etsy store. That's right, I have an Etsy store where I'm just selling random files and whatnot. I also have a pattern up there for the blue sections of the suit, you know, the shirt and the pants, so you can go ahead and buy that. I would say they're kind of cheap. They're like 10-15 bucks, depending on which one you get. So after you bought my pattern, or you have your own pattern, you're gonna wanna start, well, obviously you need some sort of fabric. I picked this fabric up. It's kind of like a flannel sweatshirt kind of fabric. I'll link which one I used in the description below. I bought some from Joann's, pretty much like a sweatshirt fabric. Not really, it's more of a flannel, like I said. So it doesn't have that kind of sweatshirt, actual sweatshirt feel, but you know, it does the job. It looks like a sweatshirt on camera, so you know, who cares? You're also gonna need a sewing machine, and you're also gonna need zippers, or just one zipper for like a jacket that separates, not an invisible zipper. And you're also just gonna need a marker. So at this point in the video, my microphone, something happened with it, so you're just gonna have to deal with voiceover me for a while. Yay! So the first thing I did was I sewed the pockets to the front of the hoodie. First I sewed the pocket cover to the front pocket, then I sewed the sides of the front pocket to the jacket, and then I turned it around and I sewed the inner pocket, the thing that actually makes it a pocket, and I just sewed that to the inner seam, I guess, of the jacket. And after that grueling process, you're gonna start on actually creating the hoodie. So you're gonna basically attach the front pieces to the back pieces. Once you have that done, you know, you have the side sewn in and the top sewn in, you're gonna start on the hood. You're just gonna sew in, you know, the hood together. And then you're going to want, also when you are putting the pattern onto the fabric, you're going to want to leave a lot of seam allowance on the hood that faces open, so you can add a string in if you want to. So that when you hem it, it'll look nice and stuff. And then after you finish the hood, you're going to attach the hood to the jacket part of the hoodie, I guess. And then once you've done that, you're going to sew the belt on. Now, on the pattern, the belt is like twice as long in the width, and that is because you're gonna end up folding it in half when you actually finish off the jacket. Yeah, you're just gonna sew the top part of the belt to the bottom half of the jacket, and then you're gonna start on the zipper. The zipper is just a regular jacket zipper, like I said, so you're just gonna sew it like any other zipper you have. You just have to make sure the teeth of the zipper is facing inwards, so that when you fold it over, it will be like zipped up in the right place. And then after you have the zipper attached, you're gonna fold it over to make it look like a jacket. And then you're also gonna fold the belt in half so that when you top stitch it, it'll top stitch it down and, you know, in place to the actual jacket. And then after that, you're just gonna have to, like, you know, top stitch the belt part so it looks a little cleaner and it won't be dragging along all the place. And there you go, you have your finished hoodie. Oh yeah, and you're gonna need the little spider logo. So, you know, I just found one online. I have one on my pattern that you can print out and just cut out and just use it as a template to add on top with some marker. That's all I really did. And here we have another part where my mic kind of just broke, so you're gonna have to deal with me just voicing over of me talking about the suit. So yeah, here obviously I have the suit on. It looks great. It looks, like I said, 90% accurate to the actual screen used homecoming homemade suit. You know, the colors are nice. It fits well to my body. It's really comfortable. It's like pajamas. And yeah, you know, it just looks great. And, you know, this is basically just like the actual suit part of it. So I still have the gloves, the web shooters, the shoes, and the mask to do. But other than that, this suit is looking really good. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hey everyone. So in advance, I'm sorry if you can hear a lot of random things in the background. Now have a new addition to my family, I guess. Everyone, say hi to my little kitten Luna.
Yeah, hi everyone. Luna, say hi to my viewers, my subscribers.
So yeah, she's about like 8 weeks old, and we got her from a friend. Found like just a bunch of kittens in a park. Oh, hi. I think she wants to get down. Okay. So yeah, she's my cat, or kitten. I guess right now she's a kitten. And yeah, you know, she's a new part of the family. Her name is Luna because my sister's cat, his name is Bellatrix, after Bellatrix Lestrange from Harry Potter. And me and her are big Harry Potter fans. Was either gonna be Lily after Lily Potter or Luna after Luna Lovegood. And you know, she kind of looks like Luna Lovegood a little bit, I guess. So yeah, her name is Luna, and she's going to be appearing in a lot of videos, just in the background. But I didn't come on here on this beautiful Monday where this morning somebody at my apartment complex got arrested. I came here to talk about my homemade homecoming suit. And today in this video, we're talking about the mask and the web shooters. I just finished everything probably like an hour ago. The reason why it took so long for me to finish them, if you follow me on Instagram, you could tell I probably had like the eyes and like the web shooters done almost a week ago. But the reason why it took so long is because I had to order Plasti Dip and the spray paints I use. I like to use Rust-Oleum. I ordered them on Amazon, and usually with Amazon Prime, you know, it usually takes a couple days. Nope. It took like probably 5 days for the spray paint to come in, and like a whole week, maybe even more than a week for like the Plasti Dip. So I had to wait, and it came in this morning, and right when it came in, I went right to painting. So let's talk about the web shooters. The web shooters on the homemade suit are really, really complicated. Like there's a bunch of little
pieces and parts, and there's even like a piece with a spring on it. I know there's like a kit, somebody's like selling a kit version of it on like Instagram and stuff, made with T-Jack. You know, I'm trying to make this suit as like cheap as possible, and there's also like a 3D printed web shooter kit thing that's cost like $161 because it has like different little pieces that you have to kind of glue together. Me, I just kind of went with craft foam because that was like the cheapest and simplest thing to use. This is my first time actually using a contact cement because I couldn't find it in Korea, but luckily here you can just order it and it comes in the mail. So yeah, it's my first time using contact cement, and it's my first time in general using Plasti Dip, actual Plasti Dip, not just like an off-brand rubber sealant. And I do have to say, these came out pretty good. Like, they're not 100% accurate, but you know, they do the job. They look nice. I just use craft foam for the actual web shooter. I try to make it as accurate possible. And then for the little web nozzle, I just use a pencil, mechanical pencil. That's like the simplest thing I like to use for like the web nozzle. And yeah, these are just really simplified. If you look at the actual web shooters, they're really complex and complicated, and I can't do complex and complicated right now. And as for like the little wire bits on there, I just use like an old, like, I think it was like a charger for like a Samsung phone. I don't have it, or like an Android. I don't have anything that's Android. So I just kind of cut that into pieces and use that for the little wire bits that go throughout the web shooter. And since I spray painted these silver, I had to go in with this Uniposca acrylic paint marker. I love these. They work well, they dry really fast. 100% recommend these if you're doing a little art project or something. And you know, since these are glued down to like sweatbands that you wear on your wrist. By the way, I got these on Amazon, those sweatbands. Just like for $5 for 2 of them, and they had red. She's like 8 weeks old, she's tiny, and you know, she's already like climbing shit. Say hi.
Hi, how are you?
Okay. You know, it still stretches when I put it on, and you know, it's really comfortable because, you know, they're fucking sweatbands. So they're really comfortable to wear, and you know, I don't think they're gonna break off as easily because it's contact cement. If they do, I can just use super glue or something that's something stronger. But yeah, I'm really loving these web shooters. They look really nice. I think I might weather them a little bit. I tried weathering them a little bit with some like black spray paint. Kind of worked, it kind of didn't, but I might just go back in with some shoe polish and, you know, just do the old cosplay Chris method. Next, let's talk about the mask. Now the mask, I did it by following Brian Alzate's tutorial video he has on making this. For some reason, when I tried to follow his tutorial exactly, it didn't really work out. This is like the second like actual mask I had to do. The first mask was way too small for my head because I just printed it out. I didn't alter it in any way. I just printed it out and it was way too small for my head. I don't know if it's like he's using different sized paper or whatever, but it wouldn't fit my head. So I had to do a second one. And this is it. It was originally way too big till I took it in a little bit. And even then, it's still a little loose around the neck, and it kind of makes me look like I'm like wearing a hood from Django Unchained.
Fuck all y'all, I'm going home. You know, I watched my wife work all day, get 30 bags together for you ungrateful sons of bitches, and all I can hear is criticize, criticize, criticize.
Yeah, that made me nervous every time I put it on. Until I put the goggles on, obviously. And the goggles I made using the same tutorial, but again, for some reason, it's smaller than he actually kind of shows. Like, I don't know if I just have a regularly large head. My head's like 22 inches or something. But he uses like these paper towel rolls in his video, and I tried doing the same thing. My lenses kind of came out a little smaller than like other masks and stuff I've seen. So I don't know if I'm just using the wrong paper toilet rolls or whatever, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna remake these. These took forever to make, even though I made them in one night. Still a lot, it's just a huge pain in the ass. And I also added a zipper in the back because the neck hole is just way too small just to kind of put it on by itself. So I added an invisible zipper in the back just so I can zip it up in the back. I might have to get rid of it and then stitch it in a little closer because again, like I said, it's a little loose. It kind of looks a little weird. So I might as well just put it on for you guys to see what it looks like. So this is what the mask looks like. And like I said, the lenses are kind of really smaller than I thought they would be, but kind of up close they look okay. Kind of. I don't know if it's just I have like a regular head shape, but it doesn't look exactly. What are you doing? I cat's playing with the box. I don't know if it's like I have a regular head shape or something, like I don't have Tom Holland's head, but yeah, it kind of just looks a little weird to me. Maybe like I glued the eyes on wrong or something. They're a little farther apart than, you know, I expected them to be. I might need to fix that or something. I don't know if it looks better like this or like this. I kind of had to glue them on with contact cement. But yeah, so this is just the mask, I guess. I think it'll look a lot better with the whole suit, but I'm not gonna put that on till like the full reveal video. And you know, and again, I just made these out of craft foam and like a wire, spray painted them. But it doesn't look awful, it just looks odd. Like it's kind of loose around the neck, that's why it doesn't have like that. It doesn't look like it's fitted to a head. But I might be able to fix that later on. You know, just the eyes are smaller than I thought they would be. Like I might, and if I ever upgrade this suit later on, I might go with 3D printed stuff. But for right now, for like a cheap kind of thing, it looks pretty good. I like it, sort of. It's not perfect, but you know, when has anything I've done perfect? Whew. Yeah, oh, it gets hot in there. And if you're wondering what fabric I used to make this, I just used the same fabric that I used to make my hoodie. But yeah, that's all for this video. It's just me showing off what I've done so far. Next video will be on the gloves and the shoes, and then we'll be done with this suit. Pretty sure. Yeah, we'll be done with the suit, and then I'll do a final showcase video, and maybe a little skit with it, who knows. But yeah, wow, this suit is surprisingly probably the fastest I've ever made a suit. Actually, that's a lie. The fastest I've ever made a suit was my symbiote suit back in like 2016, 15. But yeah, this is like the fastest one that's like, I have to sew everything, so. Call that an accomplishment. But yeah guys, that's it for the video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and you know, if you have any questions, just comment them down below. Like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next week, everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed the first part of the video. It's kind of like a little sketch thing that I kind of did, you know. I want to change it up with these videos a little bit, especially in my cosplay breakdowns where, you know, the beginning is kind of like a little sketch or something. I don't know. But yeah, so today's video is going to be about the finished homemade suit cosplay. Sorry if you can hear things in the background. I have to have my door open because my cat is kind of running around the place. It's my sister and my cat.
Hello. Okay, bye.
So yeah, today's video is on the finished homemade suit. I originally was gonna post a video about the gloves and the shoes, but kind of seemed a little stupid just to post a video about some gloves and the shoes that I crappily made. Yeah, they were pretty badly made. I guess now I will go from the bottom up, breaking down each part of the suit that I've made or purchased. First, I'll be talking about the shoes. Now, the shoes on the homemade suit are these Sakwa water shoes things. I'm not sure how to really explain it, but they're basically just like water shoes that cost like 50 bucks. I've made my own. They are not 100% accurate, and I was gonna do a tutorial video on how to do your own kind of shoe, but since these turned out so bad, partially because of, you know, I kind of rushed it, and you know, just the sewing isn't that great and it's not 100% accurate, I decided not to show you guys how to make these because it'd be kind of irresponsible of me to, you know, like show you how to make such a crappy product. But yeah, these are just the shoes. You know, they work okay. You know, I can eventually upgrade to the Sakwa, you know, if I have, you know, just money to spend on like water shoes. But yeah, so these will just have to do for now. Next are the socks. Now these socks I just got off of Amazon. You know, they're just red knee-high socks, even though they don't really reach my knee. You know, there's knee-high socks to create that illusion of a boot. Next is the pants and the shirt. Now I already uploaded a video on basically how I made this and like what materials I used, but I made the shirt and pants by hand. Yeah, you know, and this is really soft. It's like kind of feels like, you know, you're just being hugged by a blanket. That's how soft this fabric is. And you know, it's fairly accurate. It's, you know, it's just. Wanna come in? No? Next is the gloves and the web shooters. Now I talked a little bit in length about the web shooters in my previous video on this suit. Yeah, so if you want to see a more in-depth look on these web shooters, you know, click the white bar up here. These I'm really happy with. The gloves, now the gloves were kind of a crapshoot. I literally just did these in like 10 minutes. maybe a little more than that, but they're just really simple. I didn't want to spend money on like workout gloves that were red, and none of them on Amazon were kind of accurate to what I was looking for. So I just made my own. You know, they're just made out of spandex and marker. Again, these are kind of terribly made like my shoes are, but you know, they get the job done. You know, they look fairly like the screen used. Kind of, not really. You know, they're just red on here, then black on the thumb, and then black on here. And then second to finally is the red hoodie. I also did a video on how I made it and how you can make your own. You know, it's just a simple sleeveless red hoodie. I guess I'll put it on this too. God, I look like the worst. I don't know what I even look like with this. So it's just a sleeveless hoodie that I made, really simplified, but still fairly accurate to the hoodie used on the movie. The pockets are really accurate. I'm really proud of that. I like the weird pattern it has. It's not like other red hoodies. I noticed if you look at like a red hoodie on Amazon and then like the one that the homecoming suit used, it's not the same. It's a little different. So, you know, I decided to make it so I can make it as accurate as possible. And even though it's a little small on the hood, I have to say this is pretty accurate to the actual suit. And then finally, we have the mask. I used a tutorial from Brian Alzate to make the mask. It's not 100% accurate to what he did because my lenses are kind of smaller. It might not look like it right here, but when I put it on, it's significantly smaller. But, you know, I'm not gonna try to remake it because, you know, I spent so much time on this already, and, you know, it's fairly accurate. And also I have a zipper in the back, so I can actually put it on. But if you want a more in-depth look on this and like pretty much everything else besides the shoes and the gloves, I have a playlist of this cosplay you can check out here. And, you know, check that out and you can get more in depth. But now, I guess it's time to put on the whole thing so you guys can see what it looks like all together, besides in the beginning of the video. Alright guys, so this is the full cosplay. Here it is. I think it looks great all together. It's just when it's kind of in pieces, it kind of looks weird. You know, because the whole ensemble kind of creates the Spider-Man look. So yeah, here it is. I think it looks great. It's a nice simple cosplay. Not too expensive, everything's homemade. And yeah, I guess I can try to the hood on with this. Yeah. It's a little small, but you know, I guess the job done. Ugh. Whew. Wow, okay, let me readjust the camera. Yeah, so this is the finished suit. I will hopefully be doing a photo shoot with this soon. You know, just gotta figure out when, where, and how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this turned out. I hope you guys enjoyed the journey of this suit. You know, I'm happy that it was so quickly done. You know, this was probably done, I think this was done in exactly a month, maybe a little more, or maybe a little less. Yeah, now this suit is done, I'm happy to announce that I will be getting Aaron Alexandro screen printed fabric soon. He said he's gonna ship it out like in the next few days, so I should be getting it next week when this video comes up. If it doesn't come to me by then, there will be just a random film video that will be up in place. But yeah, I hope you guys like this video. You know, I'm really getting consistent with my YouTube videos, as I said before, and I'm really happy with, you know, the videos of like, I guess technically the past 2 weeks that I've been putting out, like the amount of work I've put into the edit, and, you know, the filming and the productions. You know, I'm trying to make these videos more high quality for you guys, so you get a little more entertainment out of these and stuff. You know, I get a kick out of editing them. But yeah, that's it for this video and this series. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys followed along. If you want patterns for the sleeveless hoodie and the pants and the shirt, my Etsy store is in the link in the bio. And, you know, just follow me on Instagram for random updates on these suits and stuff. And I will see you guys in the next one. No Way Home costume. I decided to do that costume for the release of Spider-Man No Way Home later that year. I had done like a hodgepodge of different techniques to try to replicate what they had done for the screen use suit. It's not the most accurate, but it is the one that fits me the best, surprisingly, to this day. So let's take a trip back all the way to 2021 to where I started this series. Hey everyone, that is right, I am back for 2021. What a crazy
first week it has been. Wow. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that whole capital thing, but you know, we're gonna get into what I do best on this channel, and that is ramble about cosplays. That's right, for 2021 I have decided to redo my Spider-Man Far From Home cosplay, since it's going to reappear in the third Spider-Man movie, which we still don't have a confirmation of what it's going to be called, or even if, you know, it's going to be a Spider-Verse kind of movie. So there have been photos of Tom Holland posting about him being in the Far From Home suit, so I decided, you know, why not recreate my Spider-Man Far From Home suit, but even better, and make it a whole tutorial series for everyone to kind of follow along with. So as we can see here, this is my old Far From Home suit from last year, or I guess 2 years ago now. Wow, I started this cosplay like 2 years ago. Jesus. Oh, time flies. So this costume was, I got this suit dye sub printed on spandex, and then I textured it using puff paint. And yeah, again, if you haven't seen the whole video on this, click the white bar above. But the thing about this suit is, even though it's pretty good, it's not 100% accurate. And you know, it doesn't have the black bands, and the front spider's kind of weak, and you know, this took a long time to make. And the point of this next suit, what I'm going to do, is trying to make it as less work as possible, but also really good quality, and also not as expensive. I think the total for I spent on this suit was like $400 on it. This time around, I'm going to try to go for $100-$200 range. So again, for this suit, we're gonna take a different route when it comes to patterns, painting, all of that. And I'm going to let my past self, aka me at 1 a.m. filming, to show you what supplies you're going to need when making this costume. All right, guys, it is currently almost 1 a.m. in the morning as I am recording this, but you know, I thought, why not? Because I'm already up, I was editing another video, so yeah, I just kind of thought, why not? We're gonna source some of our resources that we're gonna use for this Far From Home cosplay, and we're gonna start off with the pattern. The pattern we're going to be using this time around is from Scratch Threads. They offer a lot of different patterns on their website, and probably have the most accurate patterns out there for Spider-Man costumes and Black Panther costumes. They're really good at what they do. They studied these costumes to the best of their ability and gave us some great patterns. So on their website, they have two different patterns for the Far From Home suit. They have one that is for white fabric printing, so you can print this on just regular white spandex, and you know that you'll already have the whole suit ready for that. And then they have one for color fabrics. All the red and black sections are separated for red and gray fabrics. We're gonna go ahead and get the colored fabrics one for this cosplay, and then next we're going into the fabrics. For the red fabrics, we're not actually going to get them printed. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use red spandex, but we're not gonna get regular red spandex. We're gonna get this clear dot spandex from Spandex World. This fabric I've used a lot, and I've talked about a little bit when making my custom suit. I feel is a cheaper way to get that dot texture on the Homecoming and Far From Home suits. Granted, it's not 100% accurate to the actual fabric they use for these suits in the movies, just because they are a little bit more shinier and they are clear. The dots are clear, not like red dots, and they don't allow for the gaps between the separated web lines. But since we're not going for 100% accuracy, we're just trying to go for a high quality, like 80% accurate suit, this fabric will do fine. And you know, it's $14 per yard. For myself, I'm getting 2 yards of this, so about $28. And then for the black fabric, what we're actually going to do is get that printed by Fabric on Demand. I've already ordered it through them. They haven't really gotten back to me on confirmation of like what the file is or anything like that yet. So we're gonna have to, you know, do a little updating between these videos. But I will show you guys how to order from them whenever the fabric comes in to me. We're gonna go through them to get the black fabric printed, and that will all be explained when I get to that part of this cosplay. And what I ended up paying for it was like around $45, and that was including shipping to me. Now for the face shell, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get mine 3D printed. Now if you followed me on Instagram, you already know I started printing the face shell out. That's all I did. I just wanted to, you know, get this 3D printed as fast as possible. And then I will show you guys how to put this together. This specific face shell is by Andre Blend. He sells a lot of, hello, my cat just walked in. He sells a lot of Spider-Man prop files on his Etsy page. He sells face shells, logos, web shooters. Highly recommend him. Yeah, this face shell comes in 3 parts. It comes in a jaw, face shell, and then the back. I didn't print the back, I just printed the actual face shell on the jaw, and then of course the lenses. Now you could of course go to T-Jack if you don't have a 3D printer. His face shells are also great quality. I have a couple of his, and I've actually reviewed his Far From Home face shell and lens kit. Go ahead and click that white bar for that video. And then also from Andre Blend, we are going to get the Spider-Man Far From Home front spider. The reason for this is because this is a lot more accurate than any other front spider I've seen, just because if you look at a close-up from the movie, it's more like this, and also it comes with the legs, so we're going to 3D print those, and it comes with the white sections on it too, so we can go ahead and just paint that and, you know, paint the black wherever it is. And then again, for 3D printing, this costume is going to involve a lot of 3D printing. We have these little web shooters. These are actually free on Thingiverse. I just downloaded them. And, you know, you can 3D print these, or again, you can get all this kind of stuff from T-Jack. And I will actually be ordering from T-Jack. What I'm going to do is I can find a back spider file to kind of do myself. So I'm going to be ordering his back spider and then adding that to the costume. But back to future Johnny, who's talking in this video.
Those are the main supplies we're going to need for this cosplay. And you know, some other supplies we're going to need are obviously like a sewing machine, like I have right here, and puff paint. The puff paints I'm going to be using for this cosplay are matte black and metallics black and a little bit of slick red. Slick red is really just for this piece right here. Doesn't really make any sense to just make that part out of fabric since it's just a small line. So we're gonna just puff paint that piece. And just things like the shoe part, I'm going to show you guys how to do like a cheap shoe insert for your Spider-Man costumes. And again, yeah, this will be an entire whole like tutorial series. I'm gonna show you guys how to sew, how to 3D print a face shell, all of that. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to comment, like, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Wait. Before we get to that, we have some stuff to do, obviously. But wait. Before I even get into that part, we need to talk about something. So a few days ago, it might have been a week by now, this video's come out. New set photos of Spider-Man 3 have been released. You know, we now know that this is going to be a Christmas movie, which I've been waiting for. I've wanted like a proper Spider-Man Christmas movie for a while. And we got to look at the suit in the movie. And, you know, at first glance, you might think, oh yeah, it's the same suit as the Far From Home suit. Nothing has really changed. But then, you know, you actually take the time to look at it. It's not the same suit. Now, am I upset because I started this project because I thought they were going to use the same suit in Spider-Man 3? Yes, I am very upset by this fact. Especially since I've already purchased everything and I stated in my previous video that it was the same suit. So yeah, I'm a little pissed off, but you know, there's nothing I can really do about it. And as for the Spider-Man Far From Home video series, I'm going to change the title so it's just kind of how to make a Spider-Man suit. Because, you know, you can really apply this method of things to any Spider-Man suit. I guess I'm just so happening to do this to a Far From Home suit. So I'm going to continue on with the Far From Home suit concept, but I'm going to go back later this year, probably around October, November, and do the actual Spider-Man 3 suit. By the way, it still annoys me we still haven't gotten the title. But yeah, let's go back to other Johnny that I interrupted to kind of explain what this video is about. So one of the first steps you're going to do in order to get where I currently am in making my Spider-Man Far From Home suit is you're going to need to download the pattern. Now, I discussed all the materials and whatnot we're gonna use for this cosplay in the first episode. If you haven't checked that out, go ahead and check that out here. Right now we're at Scratch Threads website where where you're basically gonna have to purchase this pattern and then download all the files that comes with it. Once you've downloaded all your files, you're gonna get something like this. Maybe not this, not this exact one, but you're gonna get these files to download. You're going to get two gray fabric dye sublimation files and two red dye sublimation files. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the ones with no emblems and we're gonna pull them up into Photoshop. So here we have Photoshop. If you personally do not have Photoshop, I would recommend getting it, because if you're gonna be doing a lot of these kinds of cosplays, you're gonna need Photoshop. But if you don't have it, ask a friend. Go to your school, see if they have Photoshop on their computers. Whatever you can do, or just get something similar to Photoshop. So what we're gonna go ahead and do in Photoshop is resize these files to fit our measurements. Now everyone's measurements are different, we all have different body shapes and whatnot. So this is an important piece of it, especially when we're gonna send these pieces off to the printers. When we have this open, we're gonna go ahead and hit Control T, and then we're gonna focus on these two pieces right here. This part right here adjusts the width, and then this adjusts our height. Now you're probably asking yourself, how do we know what to adjust what to? And that's where Scratch Threads also comes in handy. On their Instagram, oh god, I'm way too bright. On their Instagram, they have a sizing guide saved on their highlights, I guess. And this is the equation we're gonna use to find what percent we need to adjust the file to. Say you're my height, you're about 68 inches, which is 5'8". Going to convert that into millimeters. So you're about 1,727 millimeters. So let's go ahead and copy that. Open up a calculator. Put that in. Get rid of the 0.2 because that's redundant. Divide that by the fabric height. So fabric is sized to 1950. So 1950. So we're going to divide that and then multiply that by 100. And here we go. I have to size my thing to 88.5%. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to open up Photoshop again. And for the height, we're going to put 88.5. There we go. Now, what do you do about the width? It's the same thing. You measure your waist, I believe it is, convert that to millimeters, and you'll have it sized to your waist correctly. But what I'm just gonna do, since I'm a lazy asshole, is I'm just gonna convert it to also 88.5, just so that it's all pretty much uniform. And do that same to the red. So height, 88.5, boom, and then waist or width, 88.5, and there we have a basically sized pattern to ourselves. Now we're going to do next, you're going to go ahead and save this as a PNG. So no, just you're probably gonna want to rename it, so just let's see, red fabric, boom. Okay, and then you're gonna save this as a different file, say black fabric, PNG saved. Once you've done that, you're gonna go ahead and go on Fabric on Demand. Now what Fabric on Demand does, it does dye sublimation pattern. So basically what that is doing is printing out, kind of staining the top layer of the fabric. Most Spider-Man suits out there you'll see are dye sublimation, and the reason why we're doing dye sublimation for this suit is because the black fabric, if we were just to try to do this on like regular black fabric, it won't turn out the way we want it. It'll be really hard to just try to mark it with all these tiny lines and stuff. So we're gonna get this fabric printed, and then we're just gonna puff paint it to kind of get that 3D texture look that the actual lines do have on the Far From Home suit. So you're gonna go ahead and click on order. You're gonna custom yardage, choose options. We're gonna go with lycra spandex, repeated pattern centered. And then for the width and height, you're gonna have to go into your Photoshop file and see and kind of measure how wide it is. And so that's 1 yard wide and about around 2 yards. 6 feet, 72 inches. So yeah, around 2 yards. So we would just put in here 1 yard and 2 yards for that. You're gonna choose your file. Sorry, I'm kind of all over the place right now. Okay, my computer is currently kind of closing down on me, but you get the point. You upload the file, you add it to your cart, and you know, you'll have your fabric on the way, and that's where we get to this. Johnny, what about the red fabric? Well, for the red fabric, like I said before in the previous video, we're going to go with clear dot spandex. And what we're gonna do for the red fabric instead is print out the actual pattern onto paper and then transfer that over onto red fabric, and that will be on the next video on how to do. But yeah guys, that's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hey everyone, so today I'm going to show you guys how I 3D printed and basically put together this face shell by Andre Blend. Now this is a little bit different from the face shells I usually get. Might as well just show you what I usually get for face shells. Before, I used to get my face shells, mostly the MCU face shells. I usually get them from T-Jack. This is my favorite T-Jack face shell. This is Homecoming one I got back in 2018, I think it was, 2017. Now this face shell is vacuum formed, which means it's very flexible. It's made out of plastic that's strong, and you know, it can flex around and shit. And the lens frames are molded and casted in resin. And then the other type of face shell that I've gotten, this is actually the most recent one I've gotten, if you guys seen the video. This one is my Matthew De La Cruz Ultimate face shell. This one is 3D printed, and then the lenses are printed on a, what do you call it, a resin printer. That's why they're so smooth and stuff. Now obviously they don't have the actual lens in them. That's because I'm gonna replace them with something later on. But this is 3D printed. It's not as flexible, but it is strong and durable, and then it fits perfectly on the face. And then we have the one I made that I 3D printed using Andre Blend's file. I'll leave a link in the description to this specific file I used. Now this is version 2 face shell and lens files. Of course, the lenses are magnetic. They're actually 3D printed. And then the jaw and then the actual shell itself is separate. You can kind of tell when I did that. And they're bonded together using spandex so that the jaw can move. Kind of show you guys right now what that looks like. So you can see I can move my jaw up and down comfortably. Perfect, you know, I'm really glad I decided to go ahead and 3D print my own face shell instead of just buying another one. Now before we actually go into how I actually made it, I'm gonna show you guys my progress I made on trying to print this. So my first attempt at 3D printing the face shell was just the top piece, the majority of the head. This was the first print I ever did, and I didn't do anything. I didn't scale it at all. I just printed it as it was, and I found it was way too small for my head. Doesn't even fit. So this was way too small. The next print I did was I scaled it up 5%, so it was scaled to 105%. And it actually came out pretty good. You can see the glue stains there are where I first tried the spandex jaw thing, and it was good until I found that after I glued down the spandex and stuff, Jesus, put it on and everything, it would hurt the top of my head when I tried to move the jaw down. So then I found out, okay, this again is too small. I went back and scaled it up 1 more percent, so it was at 106%, and I also went down 1 in quality. And that's where this led us. Because I went down in quality of the print, the face shell just kind of ripped off the top part when I was sanding it. And you can obviously tell I tried using bigger magnets on here and it just didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. So luckily only the top half broke, and that's where we get to this one. This I went up in quality, and the jaw is still the same jaw I printed to go along with this at the same quality. But, you know, it worked out great, and you know, this is a strong face shell. So now we're gonna go ahead and go on to how I printed it, how I put it together, and all of that.
All right, hey everyone, so here we are in Ultimaker Cura. This is the program I use to slice my files for 3D printing. Here we have Andre Blend's face shell files. Here's the actual face shell top half, and then here we have the jaw. Here we have the right lens, and then here, oh, that was the left lens, and here we have the right lens. So I'm basically going to show you how I positioned my files and what thing I printed them at. I don't really know that much about 3D printing, and if you have any more tips on 3D printing, go ahead and drop it down in the comments. I'm still really new to this, so any helpful tip helps, but for people who are new to printing face shells and whatnot, this is the video kind of thing for you. So the first thing I did, I was trying to print my face shells, was I scaled them to my head size. Now everyone's head sizes are different. Andre Blend mentions in the description of the files that if it's a 22.5-inch head, so the circumference of your head fits, this is about 22.5 inches. My head is 22.5 inches, but at 100% it was still too small and too tight. So what I did was I just scaled everything 106%. So every file that you have, you're gonna print out, you're gonna do it in 106% if you know you have the same head size for me, but if it's different, you're just gonna have to figure that out like I did. The next thing I did was, because I don't want too many supports, I turned the actual face shell itself 180 degrees and printed it out like that. And since I didn't want it to print out for so long, I didn't print it out at super quality. I just printed it out in standard. Like I mentioned before, I tried printing it out at low quality, but it just ended up breaking on me. So I just printed it at standard quality. Then you go ahead and click slice. And then there it tells me it's gonna take about a day and 20 hours, so about 2 days, print this entire face shell out, and you can hit preview. And then it's gonna show you a little preview of what it's gonna look like when it's all printed out. Now, on to the jaw. The jaw I did, again, was I quickly scaled it up 106%, boom. And then to make sure there weren't, again, too many supports, I just turned it so that the jaw is kind of laying flat on itself. So about there, all these sides are kind of flat on the surface of your printing bed. And then I just hit slice. I also printed this at standard quality. Everything under the mask, I printed it in standard quality because it's gonna be under the mask anyways, and you can just sand it down if you want it smoother. And there it's gonna tell me it's gonna take 9 hours to do. The left lens, again, we're gonna go ahead. Now I'm just gonna review the one lens. I'm not gonna go through both because it's the same process. Again, 106%. I didn't do anything to like rotate it. The only thing I did was change it from standard quality, super quality, so I wouldn't have to do much sanding because there is a lot of smaller details in this. So I just changed it to super quality, didn't change anything about the positioning. I just hit slice. And there we go. It tells me it's gonna take 6 hours. So yeah, and then you just save it to your mini SD card, plug it into your 3D printer, and just start 3D printing everything. And now we get to how I put everything together. After sanding down the face shell pieces and the lens frames, I duct taped the jaw piece to the face shell to secure it as I'm gluing on the spandex. I cut a piece of spandex in the shape of a half circle, just a little bigger than the face shell since we're going to be stretching it out to the inside of the face shell. I started by putting some super glue across the bridge of the nose as a starting point. Then after I placed the spandex on, I put glue under where the lenses would go. after that's glued down, I super glue the edges of the inside and stretch out the spandex to go inside. After that's all done, I just trim the spandex in the inside and around the lens holes. Now onto the lenses. I already painted the lens frames after sanding them using Rust-Oleum flat black. For the lenses themselves, I just used the mesh that came with my Matthew De La Cruz face shell and lenses, and I just glued them on. Then I went in with the magnets that I purchased on Amazon, gluing them in the lenses and the face shell.
So here I have the face shell on with my old PS4 Spider-Man mask. I don't have a detachable MCU kind of mask style, so I just kind of went with this. And as you can see, it's pretty perfect. I love the face shape, I love the lenses, and I love how it's kind of flush with the mask a little. And I love I can move my jaw up and down comfortably. I don't really have to worry about it squishing or anything. It's just nice movement. So you can get a close-up of the jaw moving. It's barely noticeable, but it adds a lot to the actual like face shell itself. That you can kind of open your mouth wide. And it also just makes the face shell a little more fluid. It doesn't look like it's an actual shell when you kind of open your mouth. It looks like, you know, you're moving your jaw. So if you haven't already, go ahead and follow Andre Blount on Instagram. And if you want this face shell and lens file, again, I'll leave it in the description of the video. But yeah, this I think came out great. And I think it's gonna look great when it actually goes with the Far From Home mask. Let me just take this off real quick. Now something I didn't add in when I was putting this together on camera was I added in padding from an old Far From Home face shell, just so it's a little more comfortable. You can see there. I've mentioned it before in my other face shell tutorial videos. And another thing I would have liked to have done was spray on some Plasti Dip like I do my other face shells, so it just has a little more grip to it. But because half of it is spandex now, I don't want to ruin anything, so I'm just gonna leave it as it is, even though you know, it's gonna slip everywhere and turn out like this towards the end of the day. And just some other updates for you guys on what's happening with Far From Home suit. Don't worry, other parts are coming. I know I said I would show you guys how to transfer your pattern onto the red color spandex, but you know, I have other things to do. I have school, and I also have to finish up my last commission for my buddy The Devil Cosplays. So after this part, I'm gonna be focusing more on that commission, finish that up as fast as I can, because you know he's waiting on it. I've been waiting to see him put it on because it's looking absolutely great so far. And I have 3D printed something else for this cosplay. It's these little web shooters that I got. I know I showed you guys the file I was using for these web shooters, but luckily the creator of those web shooter files saw this video and then contacted me on Instagram saying he has an updated file of these that are a little more accurate. So I said, yeah, I'll take those. And yeah, that's where I got these little updated web shooters. They're perfect in size. I didn't have to adjust them at all. I just printed them out as it was and painted them. So yeah, the web shooters are done. Go ahead and follow him on Instagram too, because he didn't really have to do this, but he did anyways. Just I don't know why, but yeah, give him a follow. That's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next part, hopefully soon. Probably, maybe not. Hey everyone, welcome back to how to make your own Spider-Man No Way Home cosplay. In the last video, we discussed how to 3D print and assemble your own Andre Blount Spider-Man face shell and lens kit. Nom nom nom. But in this video, I'm going to show you how to transfer your file from your computer to paper and then to spandex. Now, as you guys know, back I think in the second video, we transferred the black sections to dye sub printing. Now, this is not how to dye sub print. I already kind of showed you guys how to order your own dye sub prints from Fabric on Demand. This is purely just how to transfer your file to paper, then to spandex. This is what we're gonna be doing for the red sections of our cosplay on the clear dot spandex, and I'm gonna show you guys how I do this sort of thing. Now, once you have your pattern sized to your measurements like we did in the second video, what you're gonna do now is you're gonna save it as a PDF. Once you saved it as a PDF, you're gonna open it up in Adobe Acrobat Pro. Now there is where we can do the printing out process. Now in Adobe Acrobat, when you hit print on a file, you can actually have it printed at poster size. It'll take the whole thing and print it out exactly to scale, but on separate pieces of paper. And that's what I did.
Hey everyone, so I'm currently editing this footage right now, but there is something I forgot to mention. Now I'm about to show you guys the printed out pattern that I had originally printed out. The thing was I didn't realize that it was too small. I forgot to mention after you resize your pattern that you need to scale it up 6% in order for it to come out to the actual size you want it. For some reason, Adobe Acrobat Pro, when you print out poster size, decreases the amount by 6% for some reason. I don't know why. So if you are planning to use Adobe Acrobat, please make sure you scale it up 6% after you've already scaled it to your size. Then save it as a PDF, then print it out in Adobe Acrobat. As you see here, I have already printed out the chest piece, the red chest piece, so it'll go on like this. It seems a little small on me now. Oh God, I think I might have fucked up. Great. And as you can see, I've also altered the pattern because it used to be a Far From Home suit, but I've had to alter it into a No Way Home suit. And don't worry, Scratch Thread already has a No Way Home suit pattern on their website, which is basically the same thing, but just a different belt. So this is what I did for all the pieces besides the mask because, well, I wanted to get the mask done first, but I kind of fucked up. Now, let's say you don't have Adobe Acrobat or you don't have access to Adobe Acrobat. What you can literally do, and it's what I did to this mask pattern, is literally just hold pieces of paper up to your screen and trace it out. That's what I do when I'm feeling too lazy to have my printer work and print everything out. So this mask section is literally just holding it up while I have it up in Photoshop and just, you know, tracing it out. So you can either have the printed option or the, you know, tracing it out option. Personally, I like to have it printed out just because it has the exact lines, no mess ups. It's just, but it does have the consequence of having to literally cut everything out and just tape it together. So now you're probably asking, how do I get to this point where I can, you know, transfer it onto this spandex? Now you're probably asking yourself, how do I get it to this point where I can transfer it on to the spandex? And then you might be thinking where you've seen in other videos where you literally just poke holes into the paper pattern, mark them on the spandex, and then that way you can kind of connect them or just puff paint directly on it. Now I've done that before, but I don't really like it. Now the method I like to use is called a light table. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm behind a clear screen right now. You can probably tell by the audio, but right now I'm behind the screen. If you don't know what a light table is, I have a really old video on how I made my old light table. But basically what a light table is, it's a piece of glass that you shine light through. It's usually used for art, but I like to use it for making Spider-Man suits. So you're probably wondering, where do I get a light table? I don't know. I make mine. What I used to do is just get like a piece of furniture glass and shine a light under it using some books as like the legs. But you know, that had some problems because I or my father would always step on it and break it. This has happened a couple times where we accidentally step on it and we think it's fine, but it just shatters like glass. So to solve that issue, I made this new light table with a frame and is completely movable, so you know, I can move it around, I can store it wherever I want. So if you're wondering how do you make something like this, well, what I did was I had this picture frame in my room that had a painting on it, but it was like of New York City. I was originally gonna paint over it, but then I kind of decided, why don't I find a piece of plexiglass that is close to the size of this picture frame and just use that as, you know, my light table. So that's exactly what I did. I found this plexiglass shield that is used for offices where people might go during COVID, and I literally just duct tape it to this frame. I took out the canvas and literally just duct taped it to this frame. Yeah, and there's a little slot here, you can probably tell, where the glass cuts off so you can slide things under it, but I just taped over that using clear tape so that, you know, there's no holes in it. And yeah, I've used this a couple times already. It works great, you know. I put these on top of, on these bedside tables I have that are just under screen, I think. I don't know if you can tell, but this is a bedside table. I have two. I just put these close together, set these on top, and then use one of my lights I have under it. And you know, that's really what I do. So once I have the table set up, I literally just tape the paper pattern onto the glass or plastic. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's clear, works. I tape it down to the light table and then put the spandex over it. And from there, I can either trace the lines that are on the pattern or just puff paint directly on it. I prefer to puff paint directly on it. It's just easier for me. Yeah, that's basically how I'm going to be doing the entire of the red spandex on this suit is using this light table to transfer all my patterns on. Now, if you can't make your own light table or don't have the room for that, you can easily just, you know, find a piece of glass in your house, maybe like a glass table, shine like your phone light under it, and that will work just as well. And even if you don't have like a piece of glass furniture in your house, you can do the method I mentioned before where you just poke holes into the pattern and put dots everywhere where you can. But yeah guys, that's it for this video. It was just a quick explanation on how to transfer your paper patterns to spandex. The next video will be on puff painting. If you check out my Instagram, you can already tell that I've slowly started the puff paint process. Now that my last commission for my buddy is almost done, I literally just have to sew on the boot part. That is done and it's gonna be shipped off to him, and then I can solely focus on finishing this No Way Home cosplay. I mean, not solely focus, because you know I still have school, like a month left of school, but after that I will focus solely on this cosplay. Well, maybe not solely again, because I might have a job by then, so you know, obviously be working there to, you know, save some money for, you know, stuff. But you know, besides all of that, I will be solely working on this cosplay. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to donate to my Ko-Fi because I really need the money. You know, I need some donations, you know, to keep this channel alive. And also make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next video. Just got the COVID vaccine today. My arm hurts and I really didn't want to film this video, but I got it. Hey everyone, today we're going to be talking about how to puff paint your Spider-Man No Way Home suit. Now, I've already created many videos before on how to puff paint a Spider-Man suit, but this video I'm going to be showing you guys the different techniques used to puff paint this specific suit. So let's talk about the different puff paints we're going to be using. First up is Metallics Black puff paint from Tulip. The reason why we're going to be using Metallics Black is because on the suit, the web lines aren't 100% black. They're more of a charcoal grayish black. And this puff paint just so happens to emulate that the best. And we're also going to be using this for the black sections because again, they are more of a charcoal black than they are like just a solid black. For the straps, yes, we're going to be puff painting the straps. I'm going to be using matte black puff paint. Now you're probably thinking, why don't I just use matte black for all of it, because it kind of emulates the same charcoal gray. Well, I've found while I was working on a commission that this paint doesn't really like to kind of soak into the fabric we're using, as well as other paints would, but they work great for the urethane straps, so that's what we're going to use this for. We're also going to need slick red and slick white. I currently don't have any slick white right now. I thought I did, but I don't. It's currently in the mail coming to me along with some more matte black because I'm running low on stock of that. You're also going to need two more things: applicator tips and liquid latex. The applicator tips are so that we can get nice thin lines when we're painting, and the liquid latex is to act as a stretch additive to the puff paint. Now let's get into the different techniques of how we're gonna puff paint this suit. When we're using the metallic black paint on the web lines and black sections of the suit, we're going to be using applicator tips and bottles along with liquid latex. To add liquid latex into puff paint, I add the paint into a separate bottle about halfway, then add a little bit of liquid latex, then add more puff paint on top of it, and just mix it well by either shaking it or using a drill to mix. Once the paint is mixed, you can either use it straight away or add it to a smaller bottle like I did. For the red sections I mentioned in the last video, I'm going to be using a light table to transfer the pattern onto the spandex and puff paint the lines directly on there. For the black sections, I'm literally just puff painting the pattern since it's diced up printed onto the spandex. When painting these lines, don't try to drag the tip of the bottle on the spandex. Instead, have it in the air a little so the paint can naturally fall and smoothen out. So on the actual MCU suits, they have these urethane straps that go around the torso, arms, and legs. Me, I don't know how to mold and cast urethane, at least not yet. So what did I do? I basically came up with a way to screen print these straps and have them three-dimensional. I call this method puff printing, since it's a mixture of puff painting and screen printing. To do the puff printing technique, you need some clear tape, craft foam, matte black paint, pins, a knife, cardboard/styrofoam, and a spatula of some sort. First, you're going to lay your fabric on the cardboard and tape it down. Then using the clear tape, you tape the parts you want to be the straps and trace it out. Take the tape off and lay it on the craft foam and cut it out. After that, pin the foam down onto the cardboard where you want the print to be. When you're ready to start printing, put as much paint in the section you cut out so that it can get into all the tight corners and so it can be flattened and smoothened out. After the paint is in there, quickly grab your spatula and run it over the paint so it flattens and smooths out. Finally, remove the foam off the board, simply just pulling it out as the pins stay in. You want to go slow, but also make sure the foam doesn't move the paint. After that, just remove the pins from the board, let it dry, and you'll have a urethane strap for your suit.
Before we end this video, I want to talk about what's happening with the suit so far. So originally I was going to 3D print the front spider using emblems files, but since I am still new to 3D printing, came out all weird. I tried printing it out in TPU, which is like a flexible plastic you can 3D print with. It came out all melty the first time, and the second time it came out really rough looking. Like you can clearly see the print lines even though I had it at super quality. It was just really tough to get right, so I just kind of copped out of that and went with a T-Jack logo. The T-Jack Far From Home front spider is made out of urethane, so it's already flexible, but it only comes with the head and the body, so I will end up having to paint the legs on and also the white part of the body and head. But I did that before with my Far From Home suit, so it's not that big of a deal. And when it comes to sewing the actual costume, I want your guys' opinion on how I should do it. Now, I could just upload one whole video on how to sew the entire suit from beginning to end. However, it could be a month or two before that is uploaded. Sewing takes a long time to do, and of course I haven't even finished puff painting all the pieces. So an alternative to that is that I upload different sections being sewn as separate videos. So an example of this would be how to sew the mask, how to sew the gloves, how to sew the shirt, how to sew the pants, and how to sew a three-way zipper. And that last video, how to sew a three-way zipper, is going to be basically how to sew the entire thing together. That video will be the last sewing part, if you will. And what's great about those videos is they can be uploaded a week or two apart, and you guys will get more content, and I can actually go into the specifics on how to sew and, you know, I need a burp. So yeah, which would you guys rather have? Would you rather have a entire video just based on how to sew the suit entirely, or would you rather have different parts of sewing the suit? But yeah guys, that's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And also make sure to donate to my Ko-Fi for future projects, and I will see you guys in the next video.
Hey everyone. So obviously you can see here that I am currently editing this video. I actually just finished the first edit, and from what I could tell, the video is hot garbage. I really do not like how this video turned out, but I don't have the time to reshoot, re-edit, and just, you know, redo everything for this video because I am working on other videos, and I am working on the glove of the No Way Home suit. So I'm just gonna leave it how it is. I'm sorry this video didn't turn out the way I thought it would, but I've learned my lesson, and I will come up with a new way of showing you guys how to sew the whole suit together. I thought this would work, but clearly after watching the video, it does not. So next videos will be a lot better. Just watch this video if you can, if you actually need to know how to assemble the mask. But other than that, yeah, I am sorry this video is hot garbage. But yeah, other than that, enjoy the rest of the video if you can. I'm so sorry about this again.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to sew a Spider-Man No Way Home mask. Now before we get into the tutorial, actually, wait, I gotta take this mask off, I can't. Whew. Alright. Now before we actually get into the tutorial on how to sew the mask, I just want to say something. These videos on how to sew the Spider-Man No Way Home suit, they're not actual sewing tutorials. What I mean by that is I'm not literally going to show you guys how to work a sewing machine and, you know, how to pin and all this stuff. I'm not going to show you guys how to sew. There are plenty of, you know, videos online on how to sew these things. Just kind of look them up and, you know, study them, and, you know, also study your sewing machine. Rather, these sewing videos are going to be more of a how to assemble the different pieces together, because, well, these patterns are really complicated, and, you know, you have all these weird shapes and you don't really know what or where everything goes. So that's what this tutorial series is going to be. These videos are going to be more of a assembly tutorial rather than just, you know, here, this is where you pin this, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm going to show you guys just how to put these pieces together so you can sew them yourself. And if you're thinking, wow, that's kind of lazy of you, this pattern probably, you know, confuses a lot of people. It confused me, you know, like where certain pieces go. So yeah, that's where I'm helping you guys at. I'm not here to show you guys how to sew, like I said, I'm just here to show you guys how to put all them together. All right, so let's jump over to the voiceover because I'm not gonna explain it while I'm on camera. First, let's take a look at the pieces we're working with. We have the back pieces, the sides, and the front of the mask. We want to first sew the back pieces together with an invisible zipper. Here are my terribly drawn sewing lines to show you guys what goes to what. The darker shade goes with the lighter shade, just so you guys know. After that, we'll focus on sewing the front and the sides. For the front of the mask, we need to sew the top points and the bottom points. Once you've done that, we can get to sewing the sides to the front. Now, sewing the back to the front gets a little complicated. First, we need to sew the top of the back to the top of the front. And now you can see the kind of shape we need to sew, which is basically starting from the eye and going down. Once you've got that, you've got your mask, and you just need to hem the bottom to finish it up.
And that is how you get this mask. And I think it looks pretty good, even though, you know, there's some mistakes in the web lines and, you know, some seam lines are kind of bumping out. I think it looks great, and it works really well with this Andre Blend face shell, which, you know, I did an entire video on how I 3D printed it and everything. That video will be up here if you want to go check it out if you haven't seen it already. But yeah, I think this mask looks great. I think the clear dot spandex helps give the illusion of the dots. It also makes it a little shinier, you know, and I love the way the colors pop on camera, and, you know, since it's spandex, I can move my, but yeah, so here's a front view. Kind of a side view, back, another side, and yeah, I think this looks great. Because of this, it gave me a lot more confidence on, you know, what I'm doing with this tutorial series, and, you know, yeah, this just looks amazing in my opinion. And for those of you wondering what the next tutorial will be, it'll be on how to sew the glove. Not the entire arm, but literally just the glove. I finished this up, I guess as a little teaser. And this part is probably the most complicated section of sewing. So I will, you know, show you guys how to attach the fingers and what parts to sew first. And yeah, so next video will be sewing the glove, and then the one after that will be sewing, you know, the complete shirt section. But yeah guys, that's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys also learn how to sew your own Spider-Man No Way Home mask, or Far From Home, or even Homecoming mask. And yeah.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to sew these really overcomplicated gloves. So yes, we are at probably one of the most complicated parts to sew on this pattern because, well, these gloves are ridiculously overcomplicated. But yeah, I'm going to be showing you guys how to sew these gloves. I might be wrong on how to sew them, but clearly the way I did it worked for me. It may work for you, it may not work for you. But yeah guys, let's get into the different parts we need to sew. For the forearm, we have a black piece and a red piece that you need to sew together. Follow these sewing lines that I drew to start off the process. After you finish that, we should have something like this. Just a weird looking fingerless glove. Now onto the phalanges, or fingers if you're normal. We have a thumb piece which is labeled 1, the pointer finger which is labeled 2, the middle finger sections which are labeled 3, the ring finger sections which are labeled 4, and the pinky which is labeled 5. Make sure to label each finger after you paint and cut them out of your fabric. RL 1 through 5. And just to make things easier, I'm going to get rid of these fabric fingers and use paper ones so you understand a little bit better where things should go. Now just by looking at the pattern and wearing the weird glove thing, you can sort of get a sense of where the things go on top. First, we're going to take out this finger piece and save it for later. Then we're simply going to be sewing fingers 2 through 5 onto the hand. Follow these color-coded lines in order to know where each piece goes. Once you've done this, you should have something like this.
All the fingers should be sewn on besides this piece, and of course the thumb, because we're saving that for last. Before you sew on the last piece of the middle finger, we need to sew the palms together. Follow this line. Now the reason why we're only sewing up until the red sections meet is because later we're sewing an invisible zipper there. After the palm is sewn together like this, you can now add the last finger section on there using this line. And you should have something like this.
So at this point we're almost done. We just need to sew the fingers together to kind of create the glove and then the thumb on. Now this is kind of where the pattern gets a little complicated, but also really simple. What's different about these glove patterns is that, well, they don't have the spacers in between the fingers like normal Spider-Man suit gloves, or any Zentai suit you get. You notice you'll get those finger spacers. These don't have that, so you just kind of have to like sew from this point to here, just kind of going in one motion, probably in a glove shape.
And I would advise you pin your fabric like this. After that, you are almost done. We just gotta sew on the thumb. First, sew the thumb together. Then, this is how I did it. I pinned the thumb to my glove like this, and I sewed very slowly and carefully in 4 parts, going in somewhat straight lines. And after that, you have a finished glove.
Now these are actually surprisingly comfortable. Even though they are a weird sewing job to do, I would not recommend you getting just a normal seamstress to like try to sew these, because, well, I don't even know if they figured this part out. So the next sewing tutorial will be on the shirt. So we'll be adding these gloves to the shirt piece of the suit, and that will take a little bit longer because I still need to puff paint a lot of things, and I got some of it done, but not really. I still need to do like the red torso and then like the back pieces, and then I still gotta puff paint the black back, and it's gonna take a while. So while you guys are waiting on that video, next week I will have an Invincible review up on my channel, and also a cosplay announcement. So make sure you watch the whole video to kind of get what cosplay I'm going to be doing. But yeah guys, that's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next. I really shouldn't call this a shirt since it's not really connected together yet. Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how to sew this Spider-Man No Way Home shirt. It's not really a shirt, it's more just the top half, but I'm just gonna call it a shirt for the sake of this video. Now this sewing tutorial is probably the third most difficult behind the glove and the 3-way zipper. If you haven't watched my glove sewing tutorial, you will need to do that before you go ahead and try to sew the shirt together. Here's a link to that video. So to start off the sewing tutorial, we're going to start with the front piece.
The front piece of the suit includes the main red piece, the 2 side black pieces, and the 2 red belt sections.
Now the reason why I have these belt sections separate from the main red piece is because when I was altering my pattern, the belt pieces were already separate because I originally bought a Far From Home suit pattern instead of the No Way Home suit pattern. Scratch Threads does now have a No Way Home suit pattern, but I didn't want to spend another like 30 bucks to buy it, so I just altered this one, and I just kept the pieces separate because, well, I was too lazy to try to figure out how to attach them in the pattern, so yeah. But I'm sure you can still follow along with what we're doing in this sewing tutorial. If the belt piece is connected to your front main piece, it's just gonna take a couple different steps.
So we are first sewing together the black sections to the red belt pieces. Follow the lines I drew. After that, sew them to the main red piece. Also make sure to sew the 2 front seams. Now onto the arm. We're going to sew an invisible zipper to the wrist, but instead of having the zipper meet at the wrist like normal suits, we're going to have it meet at the end of the forearm to not have it interfere with the web shooter we're going to be attaching later. After that, we're going to sew the glove to the bicep piece. If you don't want a wrist zipper in your suit, just simply skip the zipper sewing and sew the forearm to the bicep. After that, we're going to focus on the back. For the back, we have the main black back piece, the red neck pieces, and the red belt. First, we're going to sew in another invisible zipper to the back neck pieces. Then we're going to sew the red belt to the black piece. Now this is where the pattern gets a little tricky, and we're going to make some odd choices in sewing. So instead of sewing the back entirely together, we're going to separate the black from the red for a little bit. We're instead going to sew the back neck section to the side neck pieces I did not mention before. Follow these lines. Then we're going to sew the back piece to the arms, and you want to follow these lines. It may seem unconventional, and some people who've sewn these suits before might be screaming at their screens right now, but there is a method to the madness, so stick with me. Once you've sewn all these pieces together, you should have something like this. And after that, you need to sew the red to the black. Now you should have this really weird back and arm piece. Finally, we're going to sew the front to the back. And to do that, we're going to just sew the arm seam to the front. Follow these sewing lines.
And there you have it. We are more than now 50% done with the suit. Obviously, we are still going to have to sew the invisible zippers here and obviously do the pants, but that will all come in a couple videos from now, I believe. But once those sewing tutorials are done, we are basically done with the suit. Besides, you know, having to add the logos and attach shoes to it, but you know, we're basically done by then. So we still have 4 more videos before the reveal, but I'm really excited for this to be finished and, you know, put it on and stuff. But yeah guys, that's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to comment, like, and subscribe, and I'll see. Hey everyone, today we're gonna be sewing some very fashionably tight pants. Now obviously in the background it looks like the suit is done, and that's because it mostly is, but just ignore the logo and the fact the pants are attached, and then ignore that for a little bit. Just act like we just sewed the pants. Yeah. Yes, we are almost done sewing the suit. After this video, it'll just be how to sew in a U-shaped zipper and then how to glue on all the accessories. Until then, let's get into how to sew these pants together. Now this is probably like the easiest sewing tutorial. It's literally just putting everything together, pants-wise.
We have the front and back pieces of the boot and the pant legs. First, we want to sew together the boots, the front and back. Follow these lines.
After you sew the 2 sides of the boot together, you can actually add in another invisible zipper. This is actually accurate to the MCU suits, the practical ones. They actually have a zipper that goes along the boot to help, you know, be able to put the shoe inside on. Me personally, I just chose not to do that because that's another invisible zipper upon, like, how many invisible zippers did I sew in? Mask, neck, wrists, 4, 3, 7 invisible zippers I've already sewn in. But yeah, I decided not to. You totally could.
Then after that, we're just gonna sew the boot to the pant leg using these lines. Now to attach the 2 legs together, it's fairly simple. Just sew the crotch together. And then after that, just sew the butt cheeks. And then finally, the inseam.
Also, just a helpful tip when you're sewing this particular part, make sure you go in twice when sewing around the crotch, because that area has like just burst open on me when in public a couple times. So yeah, just make sure you kind of go over that a couple times so that it's really nice and secure and won't, you know, just burst open as you're squatting down to take a photo with a child. That'd be very, very embarrassing. Now you may have noticed that I chose not to sew in the sole of the boot foot thing. I chose not to do that just because the way I'm installing my shoes. You totally can just sort of just sew in the boot. I wouldn't say it's necessary depending on which way you're going in to like glue in the shoes. But yeah, if you need to, you totally can. If you think it's unnecessary for the type of way you're gluing your shoes, you don't need it. By the way, we will be going over how I'm gluing in my shoes in like 2 videos from now. But yes, we are so close to having this suit done, even though it's kind of already done as I'm filming this video. But yeah, after this video, it will be the last sewing tutorial, and after that, it will be the gluing all the stuff on, and I can't wait for you guys to see those videos. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how to install a 3-way U-shaped zipper system into your Spider-Man No Way Home suit. Now if you don't know what a U-shaped zipper is, here's a brief history explanation.
Since the Remy series suits, the way the Spider-Man suits hide their zippers is using a U-shaped zipper that goes in around the back panel of the suit. Every suit has had this version of this zipper system, with the exception of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit that had a weird zipper going around the entire belt system. The MCU suits, like the Homecoming suit, Far From Home suit, and now the No Way Home suit, all have used a new, better zipper system that includes 3 zippers. 2 invisible zippers that go down the sides, and then a separating zipper that goes along the belt and pants.
Now, I've sewn this type of U-shaped zipper system into 2 suits, one my Far From Home suit and 2 being my custom suit. Both videos you can check out in this playlist. And honestly, it's one of the best U-shaped zipper systems, and it's my personal favorite to have on my suits. It's just a lot easier to put on by yourself, I would say, and you know, it just makes for an easier sewing job, you know, than having to try to curve everything. So let's get into how to sew in this zipper system into your No Way Home suit.
Like I said before, we're going to need 2 invisible zippers and 1 separating zipper. We're also going to need the shirt and the pants that we sewed in the previous sewing videos. First, we're going to sew in the 2 invisible zippers to the sides of the suit. We want the zipper to start at the armpit and end at the belt. Also, during this time, we also can sew up the arm. Now we actually have a shirt. The next thing to do would just to be sew the shirt to the pants. When you're sewing the shirt to the pants, make sure to tuck in the zipper. This is for later when we have to sew in the separating zipper, and it'll just nicely tuck into the suit. After that, all we have to do is sew in the separating zipper, and then the suit will be complete. First, you want to sew in one part of the separating zipper onto the pants, making sure that you can tuck in the ends of the zippers nicely. After that, you can simply sew the other piece to the belt. Also, when we're sewing in these zippers, make sure that when you're pinning, you stretch your fabric a little so that the whole suit can stretch.
And there you have it. Our suit is all sewn up. We just have to add the emblems, which I've already added, but I'm still filming everything. Actually, it's still not all in there. Just need a little bits I need to still glue in. But yeah, the suit is basically done. I'm going to show you guys how to glue on the emblems, the web shooters, and the shoes, which I have not installed yet. I just hit the camera in the next video. But yeah, that's it for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, today we're going to be talking about how we are going to be gluing all the emblems, web shooters, and shoes to the Spider-Man No Way Home cosplay suit. And yes, this is in fact the final video where I'm going to be working on this cosplay, and then about few weeks I'll be unveiling it in all its glory. Now there are still a few things I gotta fix with the suit, just little minor things. Some seams weren't done correctly necessarily. There's a bit of white showing, so I just gotta cover that up with a little bit of marker and a little bit of paint. But yeah, other than that, this cosplay is complete, and all we gotta do, well, all you gotta do if you're watching this video and following along, is to attach all these little emblems and web shooters and shoes. But yeah, so the front spider and the back spider I got from T-Jack Effects. He does these amazing urethane front and back spiders. Most of them I believe are designed by Matthew De La Cruz, who you know also did my beautiful ultimate styled face shell. I got those from them, and this was actually my first time working with urethane anything. Before I would just make them out of craft foam or puff paint them on, but now that I've worked with urethane spiders, I don't think I'll ever be going back. So to attach these, I simply just used this super glue that was recommended to me by my friend The Devil Cause on Instagram. Follow him, he has some awesome cosplays coming up. I just used the glue that he recommended me because he's glued on more urethane spiders than I have, and it worked out great. They stick on pretty well. It's just the way I kind of glued them on. Didn't have a thick enough layer on it, so kind of peeled a little bit, especially on the back spider, but I just added more glue, and you know, it worked out perfectly. Someone's calling me now. So the way I glued on these emblems was, first I put a pillow inside the suit, because a pillow is about my size, I guess. what does that say about me? And then I also put a piece of cardboard in there just so the emblems had something kind of flat and hard to stick on. And then I just spread some glue on the front emblem and the back emblem and used a Q-tip to help spread it out evenly. And then I just slowly but surely put them on, and it worked out okay. The back spider looks a little weird, but I think that's just because on the actual back spider on the suit is screen printed on. It's not like a 3D emblem. The more I look at it, it does kind of look more just like a screen print, which upsets me a little, but you know, urethane works just fine. Now, the web shooters. The web shooters I mentioned before were designed by NC Cosplay on Instagram. Originally, I was gonna use the ones I found on Thingiverse, the ones he had on there, but he actually contacted me after I uploaded that video and said, hey, I have an updated version, do you want these? And I was like, yeah, sure, thanks. And he gave them to me, I 3D printed them, painted them, and now they're attached to my suit. And basically the same thing, I just spread glue on it and stuck it on my wrist, but I made sure that it was just above the wrist zipper that we attached on there, and it was just at the right place to where it was accurate to the actual suit. Now on to the shoes. The shoes were probably the most difficult part because there are multiple ways you could attach shoes to a Spider-Man cosplay. There are multiple tutorials out there on how to do it, but the way I did it was I wanted it to be like there's an actual shoe in there and then like a sole at the bottom. I originally wanted to do the boxing shoe method, which was originally done by what's his name? Oh god, I forgot his name, and I watched that video millions of times. I'll link the video in the bio how he did it, but that was one of the OG ways of attaching a shoe in, and it works great. I attached it to my old homecoming suit, loved it. It had the right boot shape and the sole was great, but the thing is, those shoes cost like $30, $40, and I already kind of broke the bank on this cosplay a little bit too much than I intended to, but I mean, I didn't spend like $500, but I still just did want to buy like a $40 shoe. So what I ended up doing was I tried to find a water shoe that the fabric of it could detach easily from the rubber sole of the shoe, and then still kind of have like the shoe shape. And then the ones I bought didn't really do that. The fabric just kind of came off. Didn't have like an insole to kind of keep the shoe shape like attached to the fabric. What I ended up doing is why I just made it work, honestly. So I just ripped off the fabric using a seam ripper, and then I glued down the insole, this insole that just kind of comes out, to the fabric, and then I wore that when I was putting on the boots. I used contact cement, which cosplayers usually use for like foam like craft stuff, and I just glued down the extra fabric using that. I tried using super glue, but it wouldn't stick long enough to allow me to just put on the rubber sole. But so I just used contact cement, and that stuff really sticks. It works great. And then after that, I put some E6000 on the rubber sole of the inside, and I just stuck it onto the bottom of the suit, and you know, that's how I did my shoes. Now, would I recommend you do this? Possibly, but have another person help you with it, because I really struggled, especially with the gluing down the extra fabric around the bottom of the suit to the insole, because I'm crouched down just trying to, you know, do that. It didn't work out great. So I would recommend, if you're using this technique, to, you know, have someone else help you. It's kind of hard to angle yourself right, especially if you're not flexible like me. And then that did cause some weird looking shoes, especially if you look at the bottom. But I will be fixing that later on, just so it looks a little neater and doesn't look like it was kind of half-assed, because I really tried not to make it look half-assed, and yet it was. So yeah, that's how I glued on everything to my Spider-Man No Way Home cosplay. If you guys like this type of videos where I explain every little thing I did to make cosplay, let me know in the comments, or you know, send me some money so you know I can make more cosplays. Check out my Ko-Fi account so you can send me money so I can make more cosplay videos for you, not for me. Why would I do that?
bitch. Why did I design the suit like this? Shouldn't have had that extra size pizza. Zippers. Ow, hair. Ow. Okay.
Hey everyone, today we're going to be taking a look at my finished Spider-Man No Way Home cosplay. Now this cosplay took around 5 months to finish up, just because of, you know, college got in the way. And someone is calling me. Sorry about that, guys. My friend needed to rant about a grocery store. But when this last semester finished up, finally, I just went full speed ahead on painting everything and just sewing everything together. And it went by pretty fast, honestly. Now, if you haven't watched my previous videos on how I made this suit, go ahead and watch that. The playlist will be on this white bar thing. I still don't know where it's located. With that playlist, you'll get to see step by step how I made this cosplay, and this video is just gonna be like a quick overview and some nice shots of the costume. So with that being said, let's break down this Spider-Man No Way Home cosplay. Now the pattern was made by Scratch Threads. They're this awesome company that makes these awesome Spider-Man and some other superhero patterns. This is actually their Far From Home pattern, which I altered after we saw the full shot of the costume from set photos. They do actually have a Spider-Man No Way Home pattern on their website, so you don't have to go through the trouble of me, you know, altering the belt, which is the only thing that's been altered. The red spandex I used was clear dot red spandex from Spandex World. The reason why I chose this spandex was just so that I don't have to meticulously paint every single little fucking dot onto just plain red spandex. It just allows that dot kind of shape to appear on the suit, even though it's not really 3D. It gives the illusion when you look up close to it. All of the black spandex has been dye sub printed on white spandex. The reason why I wanted to dye sub it rather than just have some black fabric and puff paint all the lines on there was because it's really hard to puff paint, you know, black spandex with a pattern, especially with all these tiny lines. So I just figured it'd be easier if I just dye subbed it from Fabric on Demand and puff paint all the lines on there, and it was really easier than just having to figure out where the lines were if I were just to do it on black spandex. So I am happy about it, but I do unfortunately get the factor of the black kind of fades when it's stretched out. So there is that kind of downside. All the black lines were puff painted using a mixture of metallics black puff paint and liquid latex, just so it can add a little more stretch. And the black bands on the suit are actually matte black paint, and I used a technique I call puff printing in order to get this nice smooth band kind of look to the suit. The lenses in the face shell were modeled by Andre Blend on Instagram. He has an Etsy store with all these awesome Spider-Man face shells and other Spider-Man props and logos. I printed this using my Ender 3, which I got late last year, and I have an entire video on how I assembled and printed the face shell and lenses, so go ahead and check that out if you want to know more details. The front spider and the back spider were modeled by Matthew De La Cruz on Instagram, and then they were molded and casted in urethane by T-Jack Effects. And you know, if you want these same emblems, you can go ahead and order them from T-Jack on Instagram. And why am I getting notifications? They're nice and flexible because they're made of urethane rubber, and I would say they're pretty much accurate. The web shooters on the wrist were modeled by a young cosplayer, NC Cosplay on Instagram. And again, I just used my 3D printer to print those out and just paint them and glue them to my wrists. The shoes on this cosplay were actually water shoes. They're not the best looking, just because it's my first time working with a water shoe and trying new techniques, but you know, they work for now and no one's really gonna be looking at my feet. If you are, why. And again, if you want full details on how I did this cosplay, make sure to check out the playlist. There are like 11 videos on how I did every little thing on there. And of course, if you have any questions, leave them in the comments below. Hey everyone, so I'm currently editing this cosplay video. The way I recorded this video was that I recorded all the talking bits first on Wednesday, and then Thursday I filmed all the, B-roll of the suit. I was originally going to take photos of me in the suit, but it was just way too hot in Arizona to be in a Spider-Man costume for more than like 20 minutes than I already was. So I don't have any good shots of the photos. If you're wondering, when are good photos of the suit coming out, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to wait a little bit on that. I'm not going to get into the suit any time soon right now, just because I'm busy with other things. And the same goes for the Invincible suit, but that's for different reasons that will be explained next week in the Invincible video. So yeah, sadly, the only shots of the suit you're going to get are the ones that I put in this video. I apologize. And with that, I will see you guys in the next video.
Go ahead.
Never wear a Spider-Man suit in Arizona, kids.
See how it probably got hotter.
Even the mask is sweating.
It's 99 degrees right now.
Look at the mask.
That poor thing. It's glistening.
Just got done shooting both cosplay videos. Shout out to Jamie on the camera. Make sure to follow Sadage Instagram and our Seed and Spark page for all kinds of good behind the scenes footage of our new movie, Sadage. I'm acting in it, so you can cringe on that. Never again am I doing outdoor photo shoots.
Especially not in the summer.
Yeah, no. Winter only.
Yep. Even then it's hot, but it's
Yeah.
not that hot.
It's just enough. Oh. Christ on a cracker. Okay, let's go get Starbucks.
Okay.
Wow, that was interesting, seeing young me. Wow, I looked so hopeful for things. Jesus. What happened? Well, I know what happened. You don't. So after I was finished with the Spider-Man No Way Home suit, No Way Home came out, and of course we got the glorious return of Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire as their respective Spider-Men from their movies. And me being a young, ambitious cosplay YouTuber wanted to capitalize on the love and attention that Andrew Garfield had been getting for his return and his portrayal as his Spider-Man again. So I decided that I wanted to make The Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume. This one I used more techniques, or I guess technically items that were used in the movie suit with the screen printed fabric and just more urethane pieces. I also explored with making my own shoes rather than doing like the water boot or like a pre-made casted sole. I wanted to explore my capabilities, and I just really wanted to push myself with this costume. And I definitely did. It was definitely a challenge, especially with the whole zipper system. I address everything in the video, so don't worry. But please enjoy me gaining a lot of weight and trying to make the Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume.
Hey everyone, wow. It's been a couple weeks, I believe. The last video I uploaded was the Moon Knight reaction, and I had promised a bunch of other videos to come out in January, but things just happened. January was a month, I will say. It was a month. I'm not gonna go into too much of what happened in January, but yeah, let's just say it wasn't ideal. But it's February now. It's February 2nd, and things are looking up right now. Things are finally starting to get into place the way it needed to be. But now that I've kind of got my shit together, or rather getting my shit together, I've decided to put the Spider-Man costume tutorial series on pause. Now, I'm already contradicting what I said I would do in my New Year's video, but I have a good reason for that. So if you guys saw my community post, you know that I had already shot and started editing 2 episodes of the tutorial series. But as I was finalizing the first edit of the first episode, I kind of realized, wow, this looks like garbage. I didn't like it. The audio was bad. I was just very awkward and trying to rush what I was thinking and saying. It was not good. I deleted everything for that, and I just kind of started to try to think to myself what I wanted to do with it. So I decided in the back half of the year, rather, I will start working on that tutorial series again. Maybe during the summer, I will record every single episode, have time to edit, and then have the time to upload, kind of create a backlog and actually make it good and not like I had originally. So yes, the tutorial series will be on pause, but obviously because of the title of this video and, because I have my next project coming up, I have decided to do the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay tutorial series in place of that. So I've decided to do the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay tutorial series instead, just because I have a feeling a little bit more people are wanting the Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume, and with No Way Home and Andrew Garfield seeming to be on a rise of popularity recently, I feel like a lot more people are going to be wanting to do Andrew Garfield Spider-Man cosplays again. So I thought, why not give you guys a tutorial series on how to make the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay, because I'm already doing it, and originally it was just gonna be one long video, but instead I decided, why not have it be a bunch of smaller videos instead. That way I can rack up more views. I mean, that way you guys can get an in-depth look at how I'm going to be making mine and how you can also make yours. And contrary to popular belief, the way to make one is actually a little more complicated than I even thought before. There are a lot of different techniques that went into this costume, and especially in the sewing. The sewing for this costume is especially interesting. It doesn't follow a traditional zipper system. Even the pants, I've seen experienced cosplay sewers f up on the pants sewing because the pattern does kind of make it confusing. And I will also be showing you guys how to do it for the cheapest / easiest way possible. Some parts are going to be cheaper than others. That's just because we're spending more money on certain parts than others. So some parts of this project will be more budget DIY, and others will be a little more professional level. So I'm not saying this cosplay project will be on the level of the Amazing Spider Lab, who also just announced recently that they were doing runs of the suit. I think it closed within the first 5 minutes they were doing it, but yeah, that's not gonna be on that level. And it's not gonna be on the level of Aaron Alexandro, who is also doing runs of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume, and his stuff is also just as amazing as the Amazing Spider Lab. Those are the 2 top contenders for the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay costumes right now. They're the best out there. But I'm hoping to give you guys an illusion sort of thing where it looks like it can be on the level of those 2 amazing Spider-Man costumes. So let's get to what materials and sources I'm going to be using for this costume. So first, the pattern is going to be by McLean Krieger, R.I.P. McLean Krieger. He recently, I believe, I forgot when, it was a couple months ago, he passed away. It was sad. He was one of the pioneers for Amazing Spider-Man cosplays. He had a couple of the most accurate, in my opinion, a couple of the most accurate the Amazing Spider-Man costume patterns. And luckily I was able to get my hands on the Amazing Spider-Man 2 pattern before he passed. and his shop is no longer up, but you still can get the pattern from the Spider-Man cosplay community. You kind of just gonna ask around, hey, do you have this pattern? You know, ask around, ask your friends if they have the pattern. If they do, then you're set. But even if you don't have the pattern, you can just use any the Amazing Spider-Man 2 pattern you find online. It's just going to be a little different sewing wise how I'm going to be doing it. So right now, as fabrics go, for the red sections, I'm going to be using this Spandex World plain red spandex. So far, this is what I've used to test how I'm going to be doing the red brick pattern on the spandex. I've ordered a couple swatches from a couple different shops, but for right now, this is what I'm going to be using. If the swatches from the other shops are better, then I'll be using those. But again, for right now, this is the red fabric I'm going to be using. For the blue fabric, I ordered this special screen printed fabric from Parallel Life Studios. I've been wanting to order from Parallel Life Studios for a while now, and finally got enough money saved up to buy a few sheets of their fabric. I bought 5 sheets. I believe that's the amount they recommended for this cosplay. So yeah, I bought $200 worth of spandex, screen printed spandex, and it looks amazing. I have another package of the 3 more sheets coming in. Right now I just have 2, but yeah, this looks amazing and I can't wait to use it, but I'm also scared because this is expensive fabric. For puff paints, because we can't have a Spider-Man cosplay without puff paint, I'm going to be using Metallics black puff paint for all the webbing and the front spider, and then Slick Deep Red for the back spider. And yes, I will be using my puff printing technique for the logos, even though I could easily just order those. I felt like I might try and, you know, do some puff printing logos again. I haven't done that in a while because I haven't had the need to, but why not try again? For the face shell and lenses, I'm going to be using Heroes, Anthems. Well, that was a lot of zzz. For the face shell and lenses, I'm going to be using Heroes, Anthems, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 files. He had these up on Thingiverse. I'm not sure if he still does. I haven't been able to find it, but if I do find the link again for it, it'll be in the link description. Everything here will be in the link in the description. But yeah, I will be showing you guys how I'm going to be putting this together. Everything pretty much has been printed. I just got one more thing to print. I'm going to be showing you guys how to do the movable jaw again, and also I'm going to be showing you guys what the hell these are, because these are not the lenses, or these are not the lens frames, these are the lens frames. A bunch of you probably have no idea what the hell this piece is, and you know, it goes here, but also the lens goes here. So, but I'm excited to show you guys what this is and how to implement it into this face shell, which is pretty darn cool. And I'll get to that video when I get to that video. So just put this down for now. I'm excited for this. For the web shooters, I've decided to go with Andre Blend's web shooter files on his Etsy page. Let me see if we can get a good shot of that. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, these are his files, and I just quickly printed them up. I also have to figure out how I'm going to do the finger palm trigger and then the finger little thingies on his fingers. I'm going to figure out how to do that. I'm probably going to puff paint them. Going to be honest. Now that I think about it, probably going to puff paint them. And finally, for these weird looking shoes, they're not weird looking, they're actually pretty good soles for a Spider-Man costume, but yeah, for those soles and shoes for the costume, I actually have something special in mind. I'm not going to quite show you guys what it is yet because it's still in the works, but yeah, I am collaborating with someone on those shoes, and those should be awesome and something different for me to try. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video. I have a ton of excited things I'm excited about. You know, I got this nice fabric, I've got this fancy face shell, all really exciting to work on, but I don't know when the next part of this tutorial series will come out. It'll probably come out like next month. Well, like I'm thinking about it. Hopefully not that long, but it probably will, just because I've got to figure out the fabric situation, and you know, it's going to take a lot of work doing the next part of the video. So don't expect it this month, but I still have videos planned for this month, so don't worry. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video. Just sourcing all the materials I have for this next cosplay. I'm really excited. Hey everyone, this is Editing Johnny here. I just wanted to pop in and say that recently I hit 2,500 subscribers, which is great. It's like halfway of like 5,000 subscribers. So I wanted to issue a challenge, sort of like if I hit 5,000 subscribers for the end of summer this year, so like around August. If I hit 5,000 subscribers before that, I will do a Remy Spider-Man cosplay. I will show you guys step by step how to make a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man costume, but again, only if we hit 5,000 subscribers. So, you know, make sure to tell people to subscribe to me and, you know, share my videos, whatever you can. If you want to see me make a Remy Spider-Man cosplay, and show you guys how to do it. So, yeah, back to the ending of this video. I'm really excited for this, and I hope you guys are too, following along. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week. I went on a hike earlier today and I scraped my knee, so that hurts. Hey everyone, today we're going to be making the Amazing Spider-Man 2 face shell and lens kit thing. I don't know. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 face shell. So this file specifically was created by Heroes Anthem. He had it up on his Thingiverse, but after a little bit he took it down. I'm not sure if it'll ever come back or if he's just taking it down for a little bit, but there are a couple other face shells that work similarly to this or are just as good. I'll leave them linked down in the description. And I believe he also has some people doing raw kits of this face shell with resin printed lenses and stuff. I'll leave those people's Instagrams in the description again. I believe you just DM them, they'll be able to sell you a kit of this face shell. So you can go that route, or you can go the route of printing it yourself, which is honestly better because you'll save some money. God, I'm tired. I should not be recording this video right now. I'm dead tired. Before we get started though, I would like to say you should probably own a resin printer if you're going to be printing out the lenses and tinier details on this face shell. I noticed that when I tried printing stuff on my regular FDM printer, it didn't work as well as, you know, it would have with a resin printer. So if you own a resin printer or know somebody who has a resin printer, go ahead and just use it for these, like for the lenses and stuff. Other than that, you know, you can do most stuff with an FDM regular 3D printer. But I did have to adjust for the dome lenses, the mesh here. I had to adjust for that, and instead of just trying to print out the domes that come with the files, I decided to make those domes into bucks so I can sort of vacuum form or just heat form the mesh to it. And don't worry, I'll show you guys how exactly I did that. But before we get into how I put this together, let's go ahead and run down some materials you will need to get this. Super glue, Bondo filler, sandpaper, 10x5x2 magnets, PC fan mesh, epoxy sculpt, a heat gun, some paint, and some spandex or some spandex mesh. So the first step is that we have to print everything. This is how I oriented my face shell after scaling it to 101%. Here are my print settings I used for all the prints. You can use whatever settings you want, but this is what I just did. I left everything else pretty much the same and printed it all at 101%. When you're done, you should have an upper face shell, a jaw piece, lens frames, mid frames, and the domed lenses. To start off the assembling, we need to put together the lenses. Now, if you resin printed everything, you should have a pretty easy time. All you really need to do is maybe some light sanding, some light filler primer and stuff, and then paint it, glue it together, and you're pretty much done. Now, if you don't have a resin printer, then we're gonna have to make a buck for the domed pieces. I printed the domed lenses out like this, and then it ended up, well, like this. A lot of holes and just a lot of work needed to be done. For the big holes, I use the epoxy sculpt to fill it in, And then after that dried, I tried to smooth everything out using Bondo filler putty and some sandpaper. And once that was done, it was time to take out the heat gun and a piece of mesh, heat up the mesh till it was malleable, and I pressed and stretched the mesh against the buck, creating the dome lens. Once that is done, you just gotta paint it, glue it together, and you have a finished lens. I also put a clear gloss all over everything just so it was nice and shiny, even though I've been handling it a lot, so it kind of looks a little clouded, but when it was first done, it was pretty shiny. Next, we need to glue in all the magnets we're gonna use. Since I couldn't find 10 by 5 by 2 magnets on Amazon, I just used 10 by 5 by 1 and just stacked them together. After every magnet is glued down and we can fit everything nicely together, it's time to assemble the moving jaw. Now I know I showed you guys how to do this in my last face shell video with the No Way Home face shell, but here it is again. To get the right size of the spandex / mesh, I used tape to get the length I would need for my face shell and use these tape pieces as a template to transfer onto spandex and glue onto the face shell. I should probably mention that I taped the inside of the face shell to keep the jaw and the shell together. I marked where the glue is going to go on the sides and the bridge of the nose and glued along those lines and the rim of the lens holes. Once the glue dried, I started from the side, slowly working my way and gluing down the fabric to the inside of the face shell. And once that is done, you should have a completed face shell. Except we have one more step to do. Remember the mid frames I mentioned before? Yeah, well, we're gonna be gluing them down to a mask. Now I know what you're thinking, whoa, where the fuck is this mask we're talking about? Well, don't worry, I have a full video coming out soon on, actually no, that's a lie. I have 2 videos on how I made this mask from drawing on the bricks to puff painting it and sewing it. So those videos will be coming out soon. The sewing one, probably not for a while because I'm just going to do the whole suit sewing video. But the parts of how I made this mask will come out soon, so don't worry about that. Just wait for those videos. But yes, we are going to be gluing down the mid frames inside of the mask of your choosing, and this is how I did it. Hey everyone, it's Editing Johnny here. As you can see, currently editing this video, and I just thought I should clarify what exactly I was saying in that last clip, because sometimes I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying as I'm recording shit. So I will be showing you guys how I made The Amazing Spider-Man 2 mask, along with just everything else making The Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay. So how I transferred the pattern onto fabric will be in the next video, and then how I sewed the mask will be in another video. So basically I'm just breaking it up into a bunch of different parts, but I will be showing you guys how I made that mask. But yeah, that was just a really weird way of saying it. So back to the video. I put my face shell with mid frames in and the mask on a mannequin head and pinned down certain points so the mask wouldn't move when I was gluing down fabric. I cut a hole in the mask, which was very, very scary to do, and then I started just slowly gluing down the fabric. And I even cut little holes for the magnets and glued around them so that there'd be better attraction from the lens frames to the mid frames. And there we go, the face shell and lenses for the Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume are done. To put it on, you first start with the face shell, then slide on the mask and wait for the mid frames to click in, and finally the lenses. I know I already put on the face shell in that one clip. I'm going to do it again because I think this is just so cool. It's like perfect to my head. Add a little. It just goes perfectly in. Aha. There we go. Here we go. Yeah. Look at that. I think this looks amazing. Oh god. Okay. Time to take it off. Whew. This is an absolutely tight fit. If you have my head size, which is around 22 and a half and 23 inches, recommend just maybe going 103%, maybe not 101. 101 is fit snug on my head, like snug. So you might want to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room. But yeah, guys, that is how I made The Amazing Spider-Man 2 face shell and lenses and the mask. Again, huge shout out to Heroes Anthem for, well, putting this face shell and lens set on his Thingiverse for free while he did. I mean, this thing is amazing. It comes and the mid frames too. It was just unbelievable that he put it on there for free. Hey everyone, it's Editing Johnny again. I somehow fucked up on this video again. As you can see here, I'm gonna try to play this clip. Screen is just black. The audio is good, but the screen is black, so you're just gonna have to deal with the ending of this video being me talking like this. You can see the mask back up there. What was I saying in the original ending? I think the way I wanted to end this video was just shouting out Heroes Anthem again for this amazing face shell files and all the materials I used for this tutorial will be in the description. I'll put all the links there, and I'll also be leaving alternate face shells you can try out. But yeah, that's it for this video. I'm not sure when the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay tutorials videos will be released. I don't know when those videos will be released. Hopefully by the end of March. I've got spring break in March, so I'll be working on stuff, both cosplay related and non-cosplay related. Both cosplay related and non-cosplay related. But stay tuned for next week because I will be doing a video of me rewatching and reviewing all the live-action Batman movies. So stay tuned for that. If you guys have any questions, make sure to comment them down below. I will try to get to them. And hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Real quick, before we start the video, I just want to do this real quick. I just find this to be very, very cool. So I can put on the TASM 2 mask with the lenses, but without the face shell. I think that's pretty sick. And like, I don't think it looks that bad, like my regular face. And you know, they just kind of click in still. And yeah, I just think that's pretty cool. Yeah. Take them out, click them in, and boom. I don't even think I'd use the face shell anymore. Yeah, it might just be like this from now on. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Hey everyone, today's video, I actually wasn't even gonna record this video this week. I didn't think I had enough footage. I wanted to get like all of the pieces done and then, you know, have all that footage and then put it out. But I think I have enough footage just to get the point across. You know, I'm still working on everything. It's been kind of slow recently, but I'm getting there. And, you know, I just thought, you know, why not record this video? And, you know, I've changed a couple things from what I was originally going to do in my first TASM 2 video. So I was like, yeah, why not just record it now, since people have been asking. So to start off, let's talk about the fabrics I'm using. So the blue fabric is pretty much the same. I'm still using Parallel Life Studios screen printed blue fabric, but what I am changing is the red fabric. The red fabric I was originally going to use, I really get an email. I don't even use Peacock. Why are they emailing me? The original red fabric I was going to use was Spandex World's plain red spandex. But when I got it, it was a different shade of red than I had intentionally wanted. I don't know why. It's the same fabric I got last time, but it's just it's more of an orangish red instead of like a pinker red. So I was a little upset about that. And thanks to Sensational Spidey's Discord channel, thanks to them, I found this beautiful satin red fabric. I got this fabric from Stretch House instead of Spandex World. It's actually cheaper than Spandex World too, so that's a plus. It's the right amount of like dark red when it's in the dark, and it's the right amount of light red when it's in the light. It's very much like the fabric used on the Amazing Spider-Man 2. suit, the actual one used on set. It's not 100% there, but it's very, very close. And it also just has the right amount of shine. I've seen a lot of people use a little too shiny of a spandex, and this just has the right amount of shine and matteness to it. Oh, also, about the Parallel Life Studios blue fabric that I got. Funny story about that. Oh, and also, again, I am using McLean Krieger's pattern for this costume. If you don't have McLean Krieger's pattern already, his TASM 2 pattern, you can easily find it through the cosplay community right now. You can't actually buy it because sadly McLean Krieger passed away. But yeah, right now you can only really get it through the cosplay community, and if you do try to find it through the cosplay community, make sure no one's trying to like sell it and buy it. If you ask around, somebody might have it, and you know, join some Discord groups and you might find it there. So the first step in transferring the pattern onto spandex is we have to scale the pattern. For my No Way Home video, I taught you guys how to scale your pattern, and that apparently confused a lot of people, and that is mainly my fault because I just explained it pretty terribly. But hopefully this time around, I will make it a little easier to understand. So I believe McLean's pattern is set to a person who is 5'10", so that's the base size. It's 5'10". And then what you're gonna do to scale it is you're gonna take your height, so me, I'm like 5'8", and then divide that by 5'10", the base pattern height, and then you're gonna multiply that answer by 100 to get this percentage, whatever your percentage is. And then you're gonna put that percentage into Photoshop when you're scaling it, and that is your scaled pattern. That's pretty simple as that. Once that is done, you're gonna save it as a PDF and open it in Adobe Acrobat Reader. You're gonna print it in poster size and make sure that the overlap is at 0% or 0 inches. I forgot which one it is, percentages or inches, I'm not sure. Now for some reason when I was printing out my No Way Home suit pattern, my Invincible suit pattern, and my Shang-Chi suit pattern, it shrunk the pattern 4% when I would, you know, print it out. And I think that was because of the overlap thing. I think because I didn't adjust that before, it just kind of shrunk it down 4%. But now that, you know, I set it to 0, it just printed it out at scale. So I'm not sure if that's the reason, but now I don't have to add 4% to all my patterns, and I think that's the part that confused a lot of people. Now when you print out the pattern, it's going to use a lot of paper and a lot of ink. I would recommend only printing out the pieces you need, not so much every single piece. So all you would really need to print are like one arm, one set of leg pieces, you know, torso, the back, you know, you don't need to print every single piece, and that'll, you know, help with all the paper and all the ink. Once you print everything out, it's time to tape every piece together. Now I just used my light table to shine light through it and tape it together. I didn't really feel like cutting out all the little tiny strips of paper. That would just waste too much time, so I just taped over it, and you know, it works just fine. Now once every piece was cut out into its own section, I actually had to go in with a marker and draw every single brick onto the red sections. Now the reason I had to do that is because the bricks on the actual pattern are very light. That's because we were trying to focus on the web lines, but because I am drawing on the bricks later, I really needed to see the bricks. So I just went in with a Sharpie and drew every single brick I could, and that actually really helped seeing it when I put it on the light table. But yeah, after I drew on every brick on here, it was time to draw every single brick onto the red spandex. I taped down the pattern and taped down the fabric and got to work on the light table, just drawing every single brick I could. I used this brand of fabric marker I found on Amazon. It's Uchida Marvi marker. I used the dark red, but once all the bricks are drawn on, it's just time to puff paint all the web lines. We'll talk about puff painting the suit more in a future episode of this tutorial series, so don't worry. Now for the blue sections, it was actually pretty simple. All I had to really do was just lay the pattern onto the fabric, but the complicated part of this is that the pattern has to be in a certain direction. Basically, on the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, the bricks flow in a certain direction. So I really should put everything on vibrate when I'm recording these videos. On the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, the brick pattern flows in a certain direction, so we had to match that. Luckily on McLean Krieger's pattern, he does have the brick pattern accurate, so all we really had to do was just match it up. You know, this isn't the type of cosplay where we can just place it anywhere on the fabric and, you know, it'll come out fine. No, we actually had to match up everything, and that can get complicated because, you know, this is very expensive fabric and it's very scary to mess up on this and then have to buy another sheet of it. So to help me, you know, get accurate like brick flow, the brick pattern accurate, I drew a line onto the pattern and just set it up, try to line it up as best as I could so I can get a straight line with what I'm doing. And then to mark the pattern, and then to mark the paper pattern onto the fabric, I just used a Sharpie. I know a lot more people use chalk or washable marker, but I just have Sharpie lying around, so I just use that. But yeah, guys, that is how I transfer this pattern onto the spandex. It's both very simple, but also a lot of work. You guys can take a different route with it. It's completely fine, but this is how I'm doing it, and this is how it's pretty much worked out. I mean, I have the evidence in this mask. You know, it looks pretty good. I don't know if you can actually see the bricks because it's supposed to be like a little more subtle, but yeah, they're there in person, so you know, it works. But yeah, the most difficult part is either just having to draw on every single brick or, you know, handling this fabric. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and also check out probably Spider-Man's podcast, Spider Bite Cast. Or is it Spider Bite Podcast? Spider Bite? I was on his podcast and I had an amazing time talking with him. He's a great Spider-Man cosplayer and Spider-Man suit maker, so give him a follow and whatnot. And check out the podcast, of course. But yeah, that's it for this video, and I will see you guys in the next one.
I'm currently filming this at like 9:30 at night. So forgive me if I'm not quite at the energy I need to be at. Also, forgive if the audio isn't quite what it is usually. I decided I didn't want to use the external mic. No, this isn't an external mic. Just the microphone you see probably at the bottom of my videos. I didn't want to have to do that. I should probably shut off. Yeah, I'm all over the place right now. I decided to film this video right now. Oh, it's gonna get hot too. It's gonna get hot too without all the air on. Let's get to filming this video. Hey everyone, today we are going to be talking about puff painting the TASM 2 costume. Now, I've already done 3 great videos on puff painting different kinds of Spider-Man costumes. They've mostly been about the MCU costumes because I've either had to paint all the dots, paint all the lines on the black parts, or I've had to puff print different kinds of bands on the costume. And that's just because the complexity of the MCU costumes decide to have a lot of different textures and a lot of different things just going on in their costumes. And you know, some people might need help with the, you know, puff painting of those costumes. I still get views on that, I still get comments on those videos to this day. I'm glad people are watching them and learning something through those videos. But for this video, I don't know what you're really gonna learn. You know, it's really simple this time around. It's literally just this. Yep, that's pretty much it. That simple. It's nothing really, you know, it's just puff painting the web lines. I'm literally just taking my light table and shining a light through it and puff painting the web lines. And that is, of course, after I have drawn on every single red brick. Oh gosh, yeah, but that's basically it. That's all I'm really doing for this costume. However, if you guys don't want to spend hundreds of dollars, you know, on this expensive textured fabric, you can easily just puff paint all these bricks that you see on here with some puff paint. It's a good way to save money. It just takes a lot more work, but you know, it's doable. All you would really need to do is grab some of this specific fabric. It's the closest one I could find to this shade of blue, and then grab some black metallics. Grab some metallics black puff paint and just
puff paint that. You know, it's very simple, and you know, it saves you a lot of money, but not a lot of time. Now, I know I said I was going to be puff printing the logos onto this costume. So I tried it. It didn't work out for me. The first time I tried it, it wasn't exactly smooth on the spider of the body. I didn't like it. It was fine, but it just wasn't at the quality I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be 100% smooth, not just smooth everywhere else, but a little bit wrinkly on the body. I didn't want that. And so I tried it again, but instead of using craft foam for the kind of molding, I used styrofoam. Now what the styrofoam allowed for, it was more rigid, so it allowed me to have a more solid kind of mold piece so I can pick it up better instead of having to like fumble with the taking off the craft foam, because it's really flexible and you know, it's not rigid enough. So I did it, and it turned out worse somehow. I think it was because the styrofoam was too thick and it globbed up too much puff paint, so when I lifted it up, it kind of just let everything be really thick and thin in some places. It just wasn't a good puff print pull, so that failed. And that's when I kind of decided I was gonna give up on that and, you know, just, you know, give up on it. But then something came over me. I was like, I need to try one more time, just see if I can do it. So I did it a third time, and it just, it didn't work. It somehow came out worse than the first two. So I abandoned it, and I just decided I wasn't going to even try to puff print anything on this costume. I couldn't afford to keep trying and failing and wasting fabric. And I wasn't gonna try and fail and waste fabric, especially this fabric. I wasn't gonna do that, so that plan has gone out the window. So since there isn't really much to this video, I'll give you guys some updates on what's happening with the costume so far. So right now, what I have done are the two back pieces, one arm, one hand, both thumbs, and the mask, of course. That's pretty much all I have done. I have all the bricks drawn and the puff paint done on those pieces. What I still have to do is the other arm, the other hand, both boots, the belt, the torso, and the neck piece. Now, that's a lot of work to do, but I can honestly get each section done in one day. It's really straining on my eyes because I'm just staring at light shining through my eyes. So that's why it just takes me about a day to do each piece, like with the drawing the bricks and then puff painting it. It just takes a whole day to do it. And you know, so technically that should take me about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should take me about a week to do each piece if I just didn't stop. But of course I'm gonna stop and have breaks, you know, so it might be a couple weeks till I even have that done. So the next thing to do after I finish drawing on the bricks and puff painting is to sew the whole thing up. Now, sewing is gonna take a little while because, well, sewing takes a while. And it doesn't help that I'm gonna be, you know, filming every section and, you know, having to set up the camera and then the light, and you know, it's just a whole production thing. So adding that to sewing time, it's gonna take a little bit longer. So, and that's the next part of this video series, and I don't know when that will be done, so you guys might have to wait a couple months in order to get the next few videos. And while that is happening, I am in fact working on the web shooters. I actually, where the stage I am at, I added some, what do you call this? I'm all over the place. But yeah, I'm currently sanding these pieces right now. Actually, I did that like a month ago. So yeah, these pieces are in fact in production, I guess. But it's just a matter of finding the time to like sand them and then paint them and everything. And now, since I'm not gonna be puff printing both spiders onto the costume, I have decided to order some T-Jack front and back spiders along with the web trigger they has now available. So you guys will get an extra video. That video wasn't really gonna be planned, but now it is. So yeah, you guys are gonna get an extra video of me gluing on different things from T-Jack. Congrats, guys. And then the last piece would be the boots I'm gonna do. So I already have them designed by Sensational Spidey. It's just a matter of me printing them out, then molding them, and then casting them in rubber. I'm gonna learn how to do all of that, and you guys are gonna learn along with me, and that should be fun and also hard. And that will be the last thing I do. And then after that, it's just the reveal video, and then the Tazen 2 series will be done. And I'm sure there'll be other videos on random things that I'll be talking about, but as for right now, that's the lineup of videos I currently have. I'm sorry, I can't be specific with dates. It's just one of those things where I'm working on them as I'm working on them. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video. I'm sweating my ass off right now because there are 3 different light sources on me and no fan, and pretty sure the AC is off for some reason. But that's it for this video. I will see you guys in the next one.
I probably should have like showered and gotten ready to film this video, but I am too tired to do any of that. So we're just gonna have to deal with me looking like this. Hey everyone. Oh god, it's been a while since I've done this type of thing. Before we start, I just want to say a couple of things. I just want to clarify that the specific order I sew these pieces in is just my way of doing things. You could totally do what I do, or you can follow your own sort of way that makes sense to you. What I'm doing is just the way I decided to sew it. There are plenty of smarter ways to probably do this, but this is just the way I decided to do it. So if you have a better idea of sewing it, go ahead and do that yourself. I'm just kind of laying the groundwork for you. And I've also made some alterations to the pattern, especially in the glove section. I just did that to make it easier for me to sew. I separated the hand from the forearm piece. And then I also connected the forearm to the main arm piece. That way it was just easier to sew the glove together and then add it on to the forearm, and it also just makes it a little more accurate to the actual pattern used for the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit in the movie. Now on to the video. For this sewing tutorial, I'm specifically using the McLean-Krieger pattern. You can also use another pattern that's similar to this one, but what I'm doing is mainly for the McLean-Krieger pattern. And since I already know I'm going to be asked this, the sewing machine I specifically used was a Singer heavy duty sewing machine. The thread I used was Coates & Clark Dual Duty 4 spool box assorted thread in both red and blue. And the stitches I used was a straight stretch stitch, a overlock stretch stitch, and a regular straight stitch. I used the stretch stitch for the base seam, and then I went in with the overlock stitch for reinforcement, and then I used the regular stitch for zippers. The pieces of the suit you should have are the main mask piece, a nose piece, 2 back head pieces, a front torso piece, 2 blue torso pieces, 2 side torso pieces, 1 blue back piece, 2 red shoulder back pieces, an optional neck piece, 2 red arm pieces, 2 red hand pieces, 2 thumb bases, 2 thumb tips, 2 finger gussets, 2 fat blue arm pieces, 2 thin blue arm pieces, 2 front leg pieces, 2 thigh pieces, 2 back leg pieces, 2 calf pieces, crotch piece, a side boot piece, and a main boot piece. We will also need 6 red invisible zippers, 1 black invisible zipper, and a 36-inch separating black invisible zipper. We're going to start off with sewing the mask, and first is to sew an invisible zipper to the 2 back pieces. When sewing an invisible zipper, you're going to need an invisible zipper foot and a lot of patience. I started out by just pinning the zipper to the fabric, and then I went in with a base stitch to kind of keep everything together, and then I actually went in with the zipper foot and sewed close to the teeth, so you know it makes an invisible zipper. After that, we sew the nose to the base of the mask. Then after that is the head seam. Then we sew the back to the main piece. And both eye slits get sewn together to create the mask. To finish it off, we just hem the end to create a finished mask. And now onto the front torso piece, which is pretty simple. You're just gonna sew the two blue side pieces to the main red piece. After that, we move on to the arms. We start off with sewing the fat arm piece to the main arm piece. Then the thin arm piece to that. After that, we sew the red shoulder piece to the arm. Next, we'll move on to the glove, first sewing the thumb tip to the base. And then sewing that together to create a thumb. Then we sew the thumb to the rest of the glove, and we'll have a semi-created glove. After that, you would sew in the finger gussets. Now, I didn't film me sewing the finger gussets in just because it was a long, tedious process with a lot of moving parts. However, there is a sort of tutorial out there made by McLean Krieger, the person who made this pattern. He has an entire video that's like an hour, 2 hours long about sewing in the finger gussets for the gloves. So you can go ahead and just watch that video in its entirety to kind of get how to sew in the finger gussets. Once the finger gussets are in, we will have a glove that will have one seam not sewn. After that, you will sew the glove to the arm. And there we go. The arm pieces are complete. Next is to sew the back pieces together, and that's pretty simple enough. Finish off sewing the big pieces will be the legs. To start, we will sew the 2 boot pieces together. Once the boot is done, we will sew the front leg piece to the thigh piece. After that goes the back leg piece. Then the calf piece. Finally, we sew the boot to the leg. And there we go, all the big pieces have been sewn, and now it's time to sew them together. We start off by sewing an invisible zipper in the arm for a forearm zipper. Then we sew the hand together, making a complete glove. After that, the two arm pieces are done, and we can sew the arm to the torso. Once that is done, we sew in the neck. At this point, I just kind of stopped recording me sewing just because it was late at night and I just wanted to sew. So then we add in an invisible zipper for the neck. Next, we sew in the back to the shoulders. And then we sew up the arms and sides to make a semi-completed shirt.
My God, you're still watching. This is like 40 minutes of me sewing. Why are you watching?
Then we sew in the belt.
In fact, most local San Francisco papers are investing a lot.
Finally, we add in the black invisible zipper in the back slit. Oh, also we hem the neck. Next is the pants, and that's pretty simple. This part is optional, adding in an ankle zipper for easy access to the inner shoe that will be added later. Then we sew up the bottom of the boot. After that, we sew the whole leg together, making a pant leg. Once you have 2 completed pant legs, we sew in the crotch piece. To finish the pants, we sew up the butt. And there we go. We have a shirt and a pair of pants.
Imagine, if you will, sitting down to your morning coffee, turning on your home computer to read.
Finally, we add in the waist zipper, and that's simple enough. Just sew the zipper along the waist seam.
Investing a lot of money to try and get a service just like that started. Science editor Steve Newman reports on one person already using the brand new system.
And there we have it. You have the Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume all sewn up, and I couldn't be prouder of this costume that I've sewn. I did a really good job. It's probably some of my best work to date. However, I do have my problems with it. It's just the way I decided to sew a couple of the things, like the back zipper that just goes down the middle. I kind of stretched the fabric too much when sewing it, so it kind of ended up making it all crinkly. I basically just stretched it too much. Don't stretch it too much if you're sewing that in. And then obviously I posted about this on Instagram, but I messed up the zipper. The thing fell out, so I have to redo this. I'm just not going to do it anytime soon right now because I want to get other things done for this costume. And I also just have like a couple other things that I sort of messed up seam wise. You know, here on the belt you can see a little bit more red than you should, but I can easily just fix that with some puff paint or something. And I also just don't like the waist zipper I chose. Now, it's amazing that I was able to do this with an invisible zipper. I found this invisible zipper long enough. However, it's just really complicated to get the two to align, because with any other zipper, you know, you can easily just clip it in and then like, you know, zip it up like I did for my Invincible cosplay. That was an invisible zipper, but it wasn't like this one. It was just the teeth were hidden. This wasn't like an actual invisible zipper. It's kind of complicated to explain. But with that, like, you know, you can have the teeth parts meet and then you put it in, zip it up pretty easily. But for this one, since it's a different design thing, zip thing, I don't know how to explain it, you kind of have to angle it correctly and like then zip it up. It's not just like an easy insert zip. It's like you have to angle it correctly and then zip, and that's just because of the nature of this type of invisible zipper. So in hindsight, I wouldn't have done that if I knew it was gonna be that hard, because I can't really attach it together, because I can't really put it on by myself anymore. I kind of have to have someone help me get that zipper lined up and then zip it up for me. It's just a whole thing. So yes, I do have regrets about the way I sewed this costume up. I would have done things differently if I could, but I am happy with the result, and that's kind of the point. So learn from my mistakes when you're sewing up your TASM 2 costume, and it'll make things a lot easier for you. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video. I'm not going to try the costume on just yet, just because I want to have the full thing on when it's all done and dusted, and I can film me in the costume, probably inside, not outside like I did last year, because we are in an Arizona summer and it's like 100 degrees outside. I don't want to wear this costume outside. But yeah, that's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you guys learned something, and I'll see you guys in the next video, where I will be showing you guys me unboxing and gluing all T-Jack accessories, like the front spider, the back spider, and all the glove accessories. Hey everyone, today we're going to be talking about T-Jack FX's The Amazing Spider-Man 2 accessories. I don't know what to call them. Accessories? Urethane pieces? I don't know. Accessories. Oh no. Yeah, so the first back spider kind of broke in transit. Not exactly sure how that happened or why it happened. I contacted T-Jack about it. He said it was perfectly fine when he boxed it up, and just, I don't know, when I opened it up, it came in broken.
Luckily though, T-Jack is an amazing person and he just sent me a new one free of charge, and that one came in just as good, if not better, because it's not broken. But besides the broken back spider, the front spider, the finger pads, and the web trigger came out beautifully. The colors, flexibility, just overall, it was perfect for this suit. And that kind of means I got the fabrics and everything pretty spot on. So it's pretty good. Now, before I could just glue on everything, I wanted to make some modifications to certain pieces. Now, on the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, the front spider has a little shiny, like, outline to its edge. That's just so the spider could pop more. And that spider is screen printed, so I had to kind of find a way, or actually, correctly, the way found me on how to make the edges of the spider a little more shiny. So I had to give a huge thanks to the Amazing Spider Lab. He reached out to me when I posted about the urethane spider, and he gave me this tip on how to make it shine. He recommended me this clear coat paint varnish thingy. I think it's used for like leather. He said to clean the spider with acetone and then apply the clear coat to the edges. And it worked out great. It turned out super nice, but I kind of messed up on a couple of things. The first thing I kind of messed up on is I don't think I used a strong enough acetone. I just kind of bought a run-of-the-mill cheapest acetone I could find on Amazon, and I don't think that just kind of benefited anything. And secondly, he also said that the clear coat can rub off if you handle the spider a lot and touch it. And I applied the clear coat before I glued on the spider, so, you know, me touching the spider and stuff as I'm trying to glue it on, it just kind of caused it to rub off. So if you're gonna do this method, I would recommend doing the clear coat after you apply the spider onto your suit, and then just be extra careful about it. Also get the right acetone. Don't be like me. Learn from my mistakes. Now, another modification I wanted to make was to the web trigger. Now, on the actual suit, the web trigger has a black outline on it. T-Jack's does not. It just has the full web trigger all in red. So I decided I would trim off the edges that were supposed to be black and then later just puff paint them to be black. It worked out okay, but you know, we'll get to that in a second. But besides those two modifications, the only real thing I did was just trim everything and, you know, wipe off all of the, I don't know if it's like baby powder or something that's on the backings of it, just so it can come off and it won't stick everywhere. I wiped a little bit off that just so that, you know, when I glued it on, it'd be nicer. For gluing on the spiders, I would highly recommend grabbing a piece of cardboard and then measuring your chest and your waist circumference, your chest and waist circumference, and then dividing it by 2 and cutting the cardboard into like a t-shirt shape almost. That way, when you put the cardboard into the shirt, it would be actually to your measurements and not like just guessing and seeing if it'll fit or be too stretched out. Then using Loctite gel, I actually wouldn't recommend using Loctite gel. I would actually recommend using this. This was recommended by ATX Spider. Says it works great. Use that instead. I glued down the spiders going from the main body to like all of the legs, slowly just gluing them down and, you know, trying to make them stay in shape that, you know, it came in. Next up was to glue down the finger pads. That's pretty simple. I just put on the glove and laid down a little bit of super glue and just stuck it on each appendage onto each finger, just one by one. After that, it was time to glue on the web trigger. Again, same kind of principle. Put on the glove, stick some glue onto the web trigger, and just try to place it nicely so you can do the little thwip thing. What is this? Is this just called the Spider-Man hand? The web shooter? I don't know. And then after gluing on the web trigger, I also went around it with some metallic black puff paint just so it can match everything else on here. I went around the border as best as I could in the shape of the actual web trigger used on the suit. And it didn't turn out perfectly, but it still works. I still got the basic shape. You know, when you look far away from it, it looks fine. And sometimes up close it looks okay. But, you know, who's really going to be looking at my hand? You know, it's just a small detail that I decided to add. And just like that, everything was glued on. Yeah, not really much to say about it. It was just unboxing all of T-Jack's stuff and gluing it onto the suit. And I mean, for my second time, like, having urethane spiders and urethane accessories, I'd say I did a pretty darn good job this time around. My first time around with my Spider-Man No Way Home suit, I was a little scared, and gonna be honest, gluing didn't turn out perfectly. Some spots really started to peel off. But this time around, I feel like I did a really good job, and I'm proud of myself. Now that everything is finally glued on, it's gonna stay on there. I'm gonna have to fix this in a little bit, but you know, that's not a big deal. I can finally get to the last part of this build, which is the shoes and the soles. It's gonna be a learning process because I've never done this kind of thing before. But you know, hopefully it'll turn out great and you guys can learn along with me through these videos. Why? And then besides that, I have a couple things I want to fix, and I'll make a whole other video about the small things that I adjusted to the suit because I do want to make some adjustments, just random things, and I'll make a separate video for that, for you guys to kind of know what I did to it before the big reveal video comes out. So you guys get 3 more videos after this one about the TASM 2 suit, and then we'll get on to the making of the Remy suit, which I am also getting more and more excited for the more I start to plan everything out. So hopefully I'll be able to finish this. I was thinking like maybe later this month, but it's starting to look like more like at the end of September, but who knows, we'll see. But other than that, I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope you guys learned something, and I will see you guys in the next one. Also, funny thing, that message I got on my phone as I was recording, turns out it was the stuff for the things I'm gonna make mold and cast the shoes in. I didn't know it was coming today, so that was a nice surprise. Also, funny thing, that message I got on my phone as I was recording, turns out it was the stuff for the things I'm gonna make mold and cast the shoes in. I didn't know it was coming today, so that was a nice surprise. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how I turned this into this, and then finally into one of these. That's right, I'm going to show you guys how you can make the best shoes for your TASM 2 cosplay. Now this method could be used for any other Spider-Man suit or maybe non-Spider-Man suit, but I found just the way I did it, it works best for this particular costume design. To start things off, I had commissioned Sensational Spidey to model the TASM 2 sole and an insole. I was going to use the insole as a sort of template to help me make the boot that I was going to, you know, put inside the suit, but I ended up finding something better, so I ended up not using it. But you guys out there could totally use that insole part as the red section that sandwiches between the boot and the sole. There's like a little red insert. You could totally use that for that and like mold it and cast it in red urethane rubber. I just chose not to because I was lazy. Anyways, I adjusted the file to my shoe size by measuring the sole of the shoe I was going to use and adjusted it in Cura. I also split it in half because I just don't trust my printer to print tall things, let alone thin and light tall things. But if you have a printer at home that you totally trust with this kind of stuff, go ahead and print it on that. It is just my preference. After it printed, I welded the 2 pieces together using a hot knife and got prepping. To prep the soles, I originally really went all out on trying to smooth it out.
This time around, I used wood filler instead of filler spot putty. Basically filling spots, sanding it, hitting it with filler primer, filling again, sanding it, even more filler primer, and then finally hitting it with matte black spray paint. Also, a little note for you guys out there, don't let your can of filler primer and your 3D print sit outside in 100-degree weather for too long, because this will happen. The filler primer clumped up all over this thing, and it just melted, shrunk, and deformed everything. So yeah, don't do that. So because of that, I had to rush an entire sole out, which caused it to not be as good as I hoped it would. But it's going on the bottom of my foot, really, like, who cares? After both soles were done, to the best of my ability in a very rushed circumstance that I put myself in, it was time to get to molding them in silicone and casting them in urethane. To mold the soles, I used Smooth-On's Umu 30 silicone mold maker. However, I was recommended Smooth-On's Mold Max 14 NV by Matthew DC to avoid air bubbles. And then to cast the soles, I used Smooth-On's KX Flex 60 urethane rubber and So Strong black tint. I also got some universal mold release, but forgot to use it half the time. Using the Amazon box that I got with the silicone, I made a box mold for the silicone. I glued down the soles to the cardboard and got ready to pour in the silicone. Using these mixing cups, I poured in even amounts of part A and part B and mixed for around 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes, Jesus, 3 minutes, my God. Then it was time to pour the silicone over the 3D printed soles. I ended up making 3 batches, 2 smaller ones to cover as much of the soles as possible, and then the last large one just to fill up the molds. Then it was time to wait for the molds to cure. I believe it was around 6 hours for the full cure time. And then after curing was done, it was time to remove the silicone molds from the box molds. And this is where I realized I f***ed up. I realized I needed to put glue around each hole on the sole so that silicone wouldn't seep under the sole. It's a lot of old rhyming, Jesus. So because of that, a lot of the smaller pieces of the mold got ripped off the silicone and just got stuck under the 3D print. Now, I totally could have just done another silicone mold and like made sure the holes were glued around, or even used clay to like stop it from seeping under. But I decided I already spent way too much on just doing this particular section of the suit. So I was like, you know what, F it. Again, it's going to be under my foot. No one's going to be really looking at that often. And also just the mold was just very much still usable. Like, it was perfectly fine. It just didn't have every hole. So I just decided to go with it. So to start the casting process, I first put some part B into a mixing cup with some tint. Enough so that it can make the part B fully black. And then afterwards, I poured in some part A. Then I stirred as fast and as evenly as I could and quickly tried to pour in the urethane to each mold. I had to work fast because I got the fast curing urethane. And after it cured for about an hour, I demolded it. So I actually had to do this around 3 times because the first time I didn't put enough tint in it, so it kind of came out semi-transparent. Like, I could clearly see through this when the light hits it. So I didn't add enough tint to it. And then the second time was better, but some parts had not been cured correctly. I believe that this one's the right one. The right one had like a little spot where the urethane didn't cure and wouldn't cure after a little while. So I had to do a third one, and the third one for the right shoe turned out great, but the left sole came out all bubbly. I don't know if there was like this weird chemical reaction that happened. I don't remember if I did a separate mix of urethane for this one than I did the right one, but for some reason this one just came out all wonky. So what I ended up doing was I took the left one from the second casting and the right one from the third casting, and it ended up working great. Like, both of them looked really good. So I had the soles all done, but now it was time to do the inner shoe. The way I decided to tackle the inner boot shoe thing was actually inspired by the Amazing Spider Lab's 2002 shoes. So from what I've seen, the Amazing Spider Lab, they add in like a scuba boot inside the suit, And in my head, that is like amazing, because the idea of having a zipper on the side of like a high top like shoe, and then like it being neoprene and being able to like flex and stretch around the foot as you put it on, just makes everything easier about like shoe systems in Spider-Man suits. Because I don't know about you guys, I kind of struggle with like the standard kung fu shoe or like water shoe that goes into Spider-Man suits, because you kind of have to stretch and everything. But with like a high top like shoe, it allows it to just slip over pretty easily. And then, you know, you could zip up the zipper and then zip up the ankle zip that we added to the suit. So because like that was such a great idea, I wanted to add them into my suit, but I wanted a specific design shoe. I didn't just want any sort of like scuba boot. I found that Vans are the closest in shape of these TASM 2 soles. So what I ended up doing was I grabbed my Vans, cling wrap, and duct tape essentially, and then I made a pattern that would transfer to neoprene fabric. And luckily for you guys out there, you can download this pattern for free in the link in the description, or you can get it when you buy the soles from Sensational Spidey's website. To sew the boot together, I started by sewing a zipper on the inner side of the boot, connecting those two pieces. Then I top stitched the zipper parts. And moving on to sewing the other side of the boot to this side. Then I sewed the middle piece's little front part, and then I sewed that to everything else. Last, it was just to sew the bottom to the whole thing, and you have a usable shoe. I also added these shoe inserts to give the shoe support, make it more comfortable, and just general stability. Now that we have the boots, it was time just to glue everything together. I put on the boots, then put on the suit, and got prepped to glue the soles on. I used E6000 because it was the only strong glue I had lying around, but I would just recommend using this glue. Spreading it around as best as I could, then adding a line of super glue around the border to keep everything together as the E6000 cures. Once the glue dried, I had working TASM 2 shoes for my suit. Now, I think for my first attempt at, casting something in urethane and making my own sort of shoe, I think I did a pretty good job. Like, obviously, it's not 100% accurate because I don't have the little red inserts and not all the holes are holes, but I'm still very much proud of what I did, and it looks pretty good from afar. And, when I'm in the suit, the shoes look pretty good also. And, if I didn't rush myself to try to complete these soles and shoes for this video, because I wanted to get this video out as soon as I possibly could, I definitely would have, made more of an effort to get the 3D print smoother and a better silicone mold and a better urethane casting, and also added the red inserts. But, for now, this is just going to have to do, and I'm happy with it. And of course, you guys out there watching, if you guys think you can do a better job, go ahead and do a better job than me. This is, this video is just as a sort of intro to how to do it. And if you guys want to improve on how I did it, use a different urethane, use a different silicone, go ahead. I have no problem with that because, I'm an idiot. So me being able to do this was just a miracle on its own. So now that the shoes are done, that should mean that I am basically done with the suit and we can get to the suit reveal and breakdown video, right? Nope. I gotta fix things, I gotta add things, one of them being the web shooters. I still gotta do the web shooters. All of that will be addressed in the next video, which is going to be another just quick update video of everything I've done and adjusted to the suit. Then after that video will be the reveal / breakdown video of everything about this suit. But yeah, this suit will in fact be done by the end of September. I just don't know if the reveal video will be out before the end of September. If anything, I'm hoping to get it out in early October. But if not, then it's just gonna come out when it comes out. I don't know. My schedule's pretty crazy right now, but I will try to get the video out as soon as possible and get started on the next cosplay project whenever I can do that. But till then, I hope you guys learned something and enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys next time. Ooh, okay, hey everyone, I am really tired, but here is the quick update video about everything I have done, the smaller things I've done to the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay that I'm currently working on. So one of the major things I have done to this suit is add the web shooters. These web shooters were modeled by Andre Blend. I got these way long ago. And I was originally going to make a whole video about how I sanded it and primed it and sanded it more and then painted it. But these are pretty small things to the suit, and you don't even really need them technically, because I've seen a lot of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplayers not even really have the web shooters, but I thought these would be a nice accessory. And in the model, Andre added magnet holes, and I had the perfect size magnets, and I just glued some magnets to the suit, and they attach like so. This is actually the wrong web shooter. There we go. So they just attach nicely to the wrists. Easy and simple, and I think they look great with them. Now the next thing I did was replace the waist zipper. I think you guys remember in my sewing tutorial I mentioned a all-around waist zipper with an invisible zipper that you could hook on and zip around, but I found that it's not the best way to go about this suit, honestly. I mean, if you guys always have someone helping you, then yeah, go ahead and do the waist zipper, but on your own it's actually pretty hard to actually hook on the invisible zipper together and then zip all the way around. So what I did is I went with a T-zip. It's kind of like a U-shaped zipper, kind of like the waist zipper, but specifically with this suit, the way it has that middle zipper going up to the lower back, instead of having a waist zipper that goes all the way around, you had two invisible zippers that go to about the crotch piece. So they'll end right here, and then you just can kind of zip those two zippers around your waist, and you'll have a nice looking suit. And I was actually very surprised on how well it worked. Granted, there are some places that, it's not perfect, but honestly, who cares at this point? I am very done with I am very tired and done. I'm just kind of... So I added that new zipper system in. I also replaced the zipper I broke on the wrist, because that happened also. And then just as I put the suit on for the first time and tried to put the mask back on the mannequin, that zipper broke, so I had to redo that. That's what I spent like the last 2 hours doing. My God, I hate fixing zippers on Spider-Man suits. They're the absolute worst. It's all ready to be worn and stuff. As I mentioned, I already wore the suit once and it felt nice. It didn't feel too tight, it didn't feel too loose. It was exactly perfect. And soon enough, you guys will get the full video breakdown and me wearing and seeing me wear this cosplay very, very soon. I just gotta figure out how I wanna do that video. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the quick update. It was just about the web shooters and the new zippers and stuff. And yeah, thank you guys for watching this quick update video, and I will see you guys in the next one. As I was putting the rest of the suit on, I needed help with the mask, took off the glove. Another f***ing broken zipper. Hey everyone, welcome to the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay breakdown and reveal. This cosplay took me quite a bit to complete because just those life things. I had to move, and then I had a job, and then school started up, and then of course, big factor, money. So it took me a while, but it's finally complete, and I think it's some of my best work yet. So let's get into the breaking down of the costume. The pattern for this costume was made by McLean Krieger, may he rest in peace. The red fabric was from Stretch House. It's their nylon, shiny, dark red spandex. And then to get that brick pattern onto the red spandex, I used a Uchida Marvy marker, and I just hand drew the bricks onto the costume. The blue fabric was actually from Parallel Life Studios. It's their TASM 2 brick pattern fabric. It's this beautiful screen printed fabric, and I really hope to buy more fabric of theirs because it was just so nice. The web lines on the red sections were actually puff painted by me by hand,
and I used Metallics Black by Tulip. The front and back spiders, along with the finger pads and web trigger, were all done by T-Jack Effects, and I believe they were modeled by Matthew De La Cruz. Do not quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure he did model them for him, and he just molded and casted them in urethane rubber. For the shoes and soles, I actually made them myself. I made my own scuba boot to put inside the suit, and then I molded and casted the actual sole all by myself. And the actual soles were modeled by Sensational Spidey. You can actually purchase the soles and stuff on his website, and you can also find my boot pattern on there. The web shooters were modeled by Andre Blend, and I printed it, sanded it, and painted them to be as accurate as possible with just the paints I had lying around in my apartment. And they're held onto the suit with just magnets, so I can easily remove them and attach them when putting on and taking off the cosplay. Finally, the face shell and lenses were modeled by Heroes Anthem. Now, you can't actually find these online anymore. He does sometimes have a face shell bundle sale, and you might be able to find that particular face shell in that. You could also just use these as alternatives. They're pretty close, but not exact, but you can still follow along in my face shell tutorial for them if you need to. And for the zippers, I used 8 zippers total, 1 for the mask, 1 for the neck, 2 for the wrists, 2 for the legs, and then finally 2 for the waist zipper system. Actually, no, that's a lie. I just realized it's not even in my script. 9, because I also have a back one that goes down the back. Wow. Okay, so I used 9 zippers total, and that's not even including the 3 that I broke just trying to put on the suit and stuff. I broke both zippers on the wrists and then 1 on the mask. So yeah, that was fun. I still haven't fixed 1 because I'm just so frustrated with the amount of zippers breaking on this suit, so I'm just letting it be, sort of. I will get to fixing it, but for now it's just gonna have 1 broken zipper, you know, I'm gonna let it be. I'm not gonna risk breaking any other zippers as of right now. So learn from me and, like, you know, just actually get some good quality zippers, not just some like cheap zippers that come in like a 50 pack that I got on Amazon, you know. Get some industrial invisible zippers. And if you guys want more detail on what actually went on to make this suit, I have a playlist for my The Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay build. It has every step that I took and even some minor changes I did along the way, so you can go ahead and check that out and, you know, learn how to make a TASM 2 cosplay. And now it is time for me to put on the suit. I start out by putting on everything that I need to put under the suit, so that includes like a compression shirt, compression shorts, and a dance belt. That's the most important part of any Spider-Man cosplay. Please wear a dance belt, people out there. And of course some socks, so just easier to slide on the boots. So we start off with putting on the boots, then sliding on the suit up to my waist. I make sure to zip up the boots inside the suit, then zip up the ankle zippers on the suit. Next is to pull the arms on and through the wrist zippers unzipped. This is so we can actually use our hands to, like, you know, put on zippers and whatnot. Then I pull over the short piece over my head and through the neck hole and carefully just fitting it on my body. Next is to zip up all of the zippers. Starting with the back, you zip it down to your waist. Then the 2 waist zippers that will meet up in the middle of the back. Then the neck, and finally the wrists. To finish putting on everything, I put on the face shell and slide over the mask. I wait for the mid frames in the mask to click into the face shell, and then I zip down the zipper on the mask. Then it's finally time to put on the lenses and then the web shooters, and, you know, there we go. The suit is on. Now, not everything on this suit is exactly perfect. Some seams aren't correctly sewn nicely together. There are some puff painting mistakes and even mistakes on the brick pattern. Even the front spider is flaking a little bit because I didn't prep it well enough when I added the shiny coat on the edges. Even things like the web shooter and the soles aren't completely 100% accurate. I mean, even the finger pads, they're slowly just falling apart because I didn't use the right glue to glue them on, and also I just didn't treat them as nicely as I could. I was kind of rough with them, especially with, you know, the zippers and whatnot. So that part is really my fault. So yeah, this costume isn't necessarily perfect, and as a matter of fact, none of my costumes I've made over the years are really perfect. But this is still some of my best work I've put into a cosplay, and I'm overall pretty proud of it, how it came out. Even with the mistakes, even with things falling apart and not going correctly, it's still some of my best work, and I plan on, you know, taking what I've learned from my mistakes on this cosplay and, you know, applying them to future ones, making sure I use the right glues, make sure, you know, I'm using the right zippers, you know, fabrics and whatnot. All of that will, you know, will apply for future cosplays. That's it for this video, guys. I hope you enjoyed the process of me making the TASM 2 suit. There are a lot of trial and error that went along with the suit, and there's still plenty of things that I will probably end up needing to fix. But for now, I'm gonna call it a day on this suit, and, you know, hope you guys enjoyed the journey of this costume, and I will see you guys in the next one. Alright, I gotta take all this shit down now. Alrighty. There we go.
Wow, I was heavier back then. But after finishing the Amazing Spider-Man 2 cosplay, I already knew it was inevitable that I had to do a Remy style suit or a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man costume. But this time around, I also wanted to show you guys how you can do us. But another key difference to this costume is I wanted it to be something that everyone can do, rather than having to learn how to sew and 3D print themselves. So I had made it an effort to make it so that it didn't matter if you didn't have a sewing machine or a 3D printer. You could have these services out there and still find a way to make the costume yourself. So please enjoy, I think what was technically the last Spider-Man cosplay tutorial series I did.
Hey everyone, I guess this is a video about me announcing that I'm going to be doing not the Amazing Spider-Man. I've been saying the Amazing Spider-Man like so much because of the last cosplay. I'm just used to saying the Amazing Spider-Man. I'm going to be doing a Remy Spider-Man cosplay. If you guys saw my last cosplay reveal video, you know at the end I teased that I was going to be doing this. And yeah, I'm doing it, and I have been doing it. However, some little thing is going to change. Now, originally I was going to try to get all of the videos out before Christmas. The last video I had planned to release was going to be on December 17th, and that was going to be the reveal video. You guys were going to see the whole cosplay done, and before that, leading up, I was going to be uploading each part of the tutorial to you guys. However, plans change, as they usually do with me. So there won't be any Remy tutorial videos out this year, unfortunately, besides this video, but it's just me announcing stuff and telling you guys what videos are going to be released when. And I have been, you know, working on it. I finished the mask and the face shell, specific lighting. I think it looks great. Again, I'll be going over everything on how I did that. And then also, I finished puff painting the torso. I got the front, I got the shoulder pieces, and I even got the back done. All that's really left to do is do the arms, hands, and gloves, and then the puff painting is done. And then I also already ordered the front and back spiders, and I will be ordering the stuff for the shoes later on. Now you might be wondering, why am I, you know, delaying the release of the tutorial series, even though I'm doing already pretty good and I still have some time left to try to finish it before then? Well, you know, it's mostly just life. Life happens, you know. Originally, I had meant to get this suit in like the middle, actually no, not in the middle, at the beginning of October. I thought it was going to be arriving at the beginning of October, and I thought I would have all of October and all of November to, you know, finish this up. But unfortunately, this came in like mid-October, and then I had to film the video about the base suit, and then I started puff painting, and then I had to work on the face shell. All of it eventually just, you know, I'd been doing pretty good, but, you know, with the end of November and like the beginning of December, it's finals. You know, I am, you know, going to be finishing up the first semester of my junior year and stuff. And then, you know, I also have work. That takes a lot of time out of me, even though it's like 3 days of work a week, sometimes 4. But then I have to go to school and stuff. You know, all of it is just like, you know, even though I found the time to work on these pieces, I'm not going to towards the end of this month. Then, like, this week, I have to do a music video shoot for a class, and then I got other projects I gotta do. So I'm not gonna exactly find the time, and then, you know, I have Thanksgiving, and then during winter break I have family coming. It's still not gonna make up for, you know, to have these videos released by, you know, December. So I know some of you guys might be disappointed that I might not get these videos out in time. I'm upset too. I thought I could really do it. I was really excited because, you know, Spider-Man No Way Home came out a year ago around that time. But, you know, again, life just happens. So I'm gonna be releasing these tutorial videos after that, unfortunately. But that does mean you will get 7? Is it 7? You guys will get 6 videos for 6 weeks straight on how I made this costume. So in that way, it kind of benefits you guys, especially for the beginning of the year. Usually the beginning of the year is just like, I don't know, I'm just planning things out right now. But this time it's just gonna be 7. I keep on saying 7. But this way, it'll just give you guys 6 straight videos to watch every week from me, and then whatever I post after that. So right now I'm going to be telling you guys the dates and what videos are going to be released on those dates. So beginning January 6th, you guys will get the unboxing of the base suit that I got. On January 13th, you guys will get the facial and lenses video. The facial and lens kit I got from Matthew De La Cruz. You guys will get a video on me assembling it and unboxing it. January 20th, you guys will get the puff painting video. I'll show you guys the puff painting technique that I used by KA Cosplay Tech. January 27th, you guys will get the video on the front and back logos from TJack Effects. I swear, every one of my Spider-Man cosplays now has logos from TJack Effects.
February 3rd, you guys will be getting the video on how I'm doing the shoes and soles for this particular suit. And then finally, on February 10th, you guys will be getting the full reveal of the Remy suit cosplay. So yeah, that's the release schedule for the specific cosplay. I hope you guys will understand that, you know, life just gets in the way. This YouTube thing, cosplay thing, isn't my full-time job, unfortunately. So we will have setbacks on this kind of stuff. But again, you guys will be getting 6 videos every week straight for like 6 weeks. So, you know, I call that a win. I hope you guys enjoyed this quick little video about, you know, me announcing my Remy cosplay and also when I'm going to be releasing these videos. I don't think I'll be uploading any other videos this year, maybe one towards the end of the year to explain what the plans are for 2023. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video.
Oh. Ow, son of a bitch, that hurt. Hey everyone, today we're going to be talking about my base suit that I'm using for my Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man cosplay. So yeah, this time around I decided not to sew my own costume. I literally just got it printed by Print Costumes and sewn up by them too. And the reason for this is, well, one, I wanted to make this cosplay tutorial as easy as possible for new coming Spider-Man cosplayers out there. I didn't want to intimidate anybody too much with a pretty simple suit, I think, in my personal opinion, the way I chose to go about it. So try not to overcomplicate things this time around. So I'm making this cosplay tutorial easy for everyone to do. Also, it's been a few years since I got a costume from Print Costumes, formerly known as Zentai Zone. So I thought, you know, why the hell not? Let me see how they're doing. I know they can print on color spandex now, which is great, which is actually perfect for this Sam Raimi cosplay. I wanted to see the quality of that, and I just wanted to see, you know, if they're still good, like sewing wise, because I've sewn a couple of my own suits. I know, you know, what can be considered good and what can be considered bad. So I just wanted to see, you know, if their quality is still the same as I remember. And it pretty much is, with a couple of slight things that I have to critique. But first things first, the actual print quality of this costume is simply amazing. I asked for them to print the red parts in red and the dark blue parts on this costume on a light blue. The reason why I chose a lighter blue as opposed to as a dark blue like, you know, this is because you always want to print, or you always want to dye sublimate on light fabrics. That way your print still looks good when stretched out and doesn't, you know, white out, and it has this nice vibrancy with it. And I have to say, it's really, really, really good.
I was a little iffy on how it was going to turn out, especially with the red. I was worried like just a regular red instead of like a pink or something would ruin, you know, the color and like the dye sublimation, but it didn't. It just looks perfect. And I think if I ever need something printed from them, I will definitely go to them to get like some printed spandex that I want, you know. It's perfect for that. However, I do have a critique on how loose this suit is. I don't know why. Unless I lost like 10 pounds without my knowledge in the span where I ordered the suit and when I received it, it doesn't add up. It feels like, you know, because I did the custom, you know, sizing and everything, but for some reason it's still like ridiculously loose on me. You can see it in the videos. Like, yeah, I'm not the skinniest guy, but like still, it's still pretty loose. And also the way they sewed the invisible zipper makes it look like I'm like Elastigirl. Like, I do not have this wide of hips. Also, the gloves are like really loose for some reason, and you can tell they skipped out on the sewing the finger gusset on like on this part. Like, what was the point of that? Like, it's there for a reason. Why did you just skip out on it? So I thought that was weird. I did not enjoy that aspect. Besides that, everything on this suit is great. It, for some reason, they just sized it up one too many, I believe. And I don't know, that's something I'm not happy about. That kind of made me wish I just got, you know, the suit printed by them and then I'd sew it. But, you know, I wanted to see what happened. I wanted to experiment and see what you guys out there who don't have a sewing machine or don't know how to sew might have to go through with getting it sewn by someone else. But again, other than those things, I'm really happy how this turned out, and even with like the webs on it, it looks really nice to me. And I will get to how I did the web effect in a future video. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. It was just about the base suit and how Zentai Sewn's quality was to me. Also, if you're wondering what pattern I use for this suit, it's Insomnia CBR's pattern. He has really, really nice Sam Raimi Spider-Man patterns on his website. Go ahead and check him out. Go ahead and buy some patterns from him, because this is like perfect. This is like closest to like perfect of a pattern I've seen for a Sam Raimi Spider-Man cosplay. Make sure you guys tune in next week, where I will be talking about the facial and lens kit I got from Matthew De La Cruz. So make sure to subscribe to see that next video, and also subscribe to my second channel where I will be uploading videos, hopefully. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, today we're going to be talking about this Spider-Man facial and lens kit from Matthew DC. Now I know what some of you are wondering, and yes, I didn't 3D print my own face shell this time around. Again, it's the same concept as the base suit. I wanted to see what it was like for someone else who maybe didn't have the certain technology I have to like build a Sam Raimi Spider-Man cosplay. Also, my 3D printer broke a few months back, so I decided to buy it. Don't mind that 3D printer, that's a new one, which I will talk about in my second channel, so go ahead and subscribe to that. And also, it's just been a while since I purchased a Matthew DC facial and lens kit. The last one I bought was back in like 2020. So yeah, I purchased this kit back in, I believe September, and it got to me like not too long after that. So after unboxing my package from Matthew DC containing the facial and lenses, I slowly started to put it together. The first thing to do was to sand down the face shell itself. Usually I don't take this much time sanding a face shell, especially a 3D printed one, just because it's going to be going under my mask anyways. So I didn't really mind in the past, but this time around I just thought, why the hell not? Because I'm going to have to spray it down with Plasti Dip anyways. And that kind of gave it away what was next. Next was to Plasti Dip the face shell after completely sanding it down. I should have probably added like 2 more coats, but I thought 1 coat would be sufficient enough. After that, it was time to go ahead and start on the lenses. Now, the specific paint job that the Remy lenses have is kind of odd. It's not just black and it's not just silver. It kind of has its own like painted on shading on it, like the webs do. But I'm not going to get too much into that. All I'm going to say is I used this spray paint. I used this specific spray paint that I got at, I believe, was it Michael's? I believe I got it at Michael's. It was like the right amount of gray, silverish kind of look. So I just sprayed a couple coats on the lenses after I had sanded them down a little bit, and it turned out great. I love the color of the lenses. And the lenses were pretty simple. I just had to make my own little template, which I believe I have here. Yep, I made my own little template of what the lens piece actually needs to be. So I traced this down on to the mesh that was provided by Matthew DC. And then I just glued them on. And once that was done, it was just time to glue in the magnets, and that was probably one of the easiest things to do. So this is what the face shell looks like without the mask. It's all Plasti dipped and the lenses are magnetic onto it. It fits my head pretty well. The chin is a tad uncomfortable, but maybe that's just because I've been so used to my movable jaw face shells. My last 2 cosplays I've had movable jaws and this one doesn't. So that might be why, but yeah, other than that, I think it fits pretty well. So let me go ahead and go into my bathroom and try to slide the mask on to this again. It was difficult the first time. It's still gonna be difficult now. Alrighty, this is what it looks like with the mask on the face shell and on my head. I might have a little bump here because of my hair tied back in the mask, but I think this looks pretty good. Again, I love the dye sublimation job done by Print Costumes, who bumped the mic, and then the face shell and the lens frames sculpted and printed by Matthew DC are just perfect with this, I think. The only thing that kind of looks off maybe is that the mask was actually printed on a slightly bigger size than my head. It's a little loose and it doesn't fit quite right with the lenses here you can see up here. Other than that, I think this looks great. The neck is a little long. I could fix that myself if I wanted to. But yeah, I think I really like this. Now let's take this off. If I can. There we go. Cool. And the great thing about it being plasti dipped is that the mask fabric will kind of stay where it is right now because of the friction applied between the fabric and the plasti dip. I think that's how science works. Alrighty, that's pretty much it for this video. It was just me talking about how I got the facial and lenses done for this cosplay. If you guys want to find out how I did the webs on this, make sure to check out next week's video where I talk about the puff painting technique I learned and used for this project. So make sure you subscribe for that, and make sure you subscribe to my second channel to find out what's happening with that 3D printer. And I'm not talking about the cat behind the 3D printer. When did you get up there? But yeah, till then, like and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Hey everyone, I'm wearing this suit today because I felt like it. I'm recording another video too, so it'll just work. Let's talk about puff painting. Oh yes, another puff painting Spider-Man video. What's new? Honestly, let me lower my chair a little bit. There we go. Yes, we're talking about the puff painting process that I did for this suit. Now, I didn't actually discover how to do this particular web puff painting effect. That was actually done by KA Cosplay Tech. He's an amazing cosplayer. Also like prop mechanic, I don't know, but he's absolutely amazing at what he does. So go ahead and give him a follow. And around the time Spider-Man No Way Home came out, he made a Sam Raimi costume, which actually inspired me to do this. On his TikTok, he released how he did the webs. And what he did is he puff painted the webs black, and then he top coated basically the webs in silver Sharpie so that it gave that shadow effect that the Sam Raimi Spider-Man suit has on its web. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, that's an amazing, cheap way to like get this desired effect, and it looks great. So that's what I did. However, what was new was the fact that I haven't puff painted a pre-sewn suit in a long time. So I kind of had to pull some old tricks to, get this thing painted. I mean, it's still getting painted. I still have this glove and the boots to do, but yeah, I'm recording this video early and releasing it early, so that's a whole thing. So for something like the mask, I went in and just put my face shell on top of a mannequin head and just puff painted all over that. And if there's something that I needed that was just folding too much or just wasn't getting flat enough for me to puff paint correctly, I would just go in and insert a piece of cardboard and pin it down so I can actually puff paint it and have it be nice looking. And I did have to break a lot of these sections up into pieces just because it's kind of hard to puff paint a pre-sewn suit, but it's not impossible. So for something like the arms, I went ahead and just did the upper arm first, and then the glove piece and the fingers and whatnot. And I did that by just using cardboard inserts that I made out of a really big piece of cardboard. I just made those inserts and they work perfectly, and if anything, it made the suit a little tighter, because if you guys remember that I said the suit was a little loose on me, so the puff paint kind of made it a little tighter, which is nice. And then for the torso piece, I just used a pillow wrapped in a garbage bag. And then for the boot pieces, which I still need to puff paint, I am definitely going to be using some cardboard inserts. For the gloves, again, for the fingers, I'm going to use popsicle sticks to puff paint those. After the puff painting is done and I add the spider emblem, oh, how'd that get there? So after those things are done, all that's left is to make the shoes, and I just got those things in today, so that should be coming up soon. And then the suit is done. The suit is really basically only done, sort of, maybe, really, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm excited to see this finished, and I know some of you guys are gonna be really excited to see this finished. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video. If you wanna find out how I glued on this spider onto the chest, tune in next week to see me glue on some T-Jack Effect spiders. But till then, you actually might see a second channel video this coming days. I actually have the things I need to film it, so yeah, you'll see a second channel, so make sure to subscribe to that. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Everyone, today I'm gonna do something a little different for this section of the tutorial series. So today I'm gonna show you guys how you can turn this type of shoe into a shoe for your Remy cosplay. So interesting little tidbit about the Remy suit. Actually, so to know a little bit more about this shoe, I would recommend going to Nick Fox on Instagram and TikTok. He knows a lot of information about the original suits used for the Remy movies, and he let out a little piece of knowledge that I found interesting for the Remy suit, is that the shoes were actually like dress shoes, and a very specific dress shoe. He explains it better in the video, but basically, this specific shoe had to have like a square foot to it. It had to have a square toe. And this one I found on Amazon was the closest to that description. Would I recommend these shoes I got on Amazon? No, I had another shoe in mind that cost twice as much, but I was running out of money and I needed to get this shoe thing. So I found the closest one to it, but cheaper. And boy, do I regret it. The sole doesn't come apart from this shoe. It's kind of molded on there. It's not even really glued. I tried heating it up and seeing if I could remove it, but yeah, that was a no-go. It's also just kind of uncomfortable on the heel part. I actually had to cut a slit in it so it'd be more comfortable to put on. And it's just made with cheap material, and in all honesty, what I did not turn out the way I wanted it to. So in order to get this like fake foam rubber thing material, in order to get this off, I actually had to like carve it out and like just carve out this big heel part and like trim around like this, the extruding parts of it. And that's where it being cheap comes in handy because, again, it's made of cheaper materials. It can be really easily cut, and like, it's kind of worrisome that people are buying these shoes and actually think that this might like protect them, like against like a nail or something sharp, because the knife just goes right through this sometimes. But yeah, let's go ahead and start carving out the shoe we want, or at least the shoe I want. Again, just get a shoe that you can remove the sole from that has like a square toe and is like a loafer dress shoe type thing. This is the shoe. I didn't even take out the paper thing out of it yet. What we're gonna do is grab a knife like this, and we're just gonna start to try to at least trim all of this off. You can see how it's like pretty easily just going through this. I would recommend doing it like this. It's like the easiest, but not necessarily the safest way to go about this, because you can easily just slip and cut your thigh. So do it against a table, or just, again, don't do this at all. Don't chew on the paper. All right, let's try this one last time. There we go, now it's cutting like butter. Okay, so good start. Got a lot of cleaning up to do, but next I'm gonna try to chop off this heel. I'm not gonna record it because that's just gonna take way too long. And so I'm gonna come back after I chop this off, and then I gotta clean it up a little bit. Alrighty, I just finished carving out everything I didn't need from the shoe. It's a bit rough in some places, like you can kind of see here, it's kind of rough, but honestly, I think it's gonna be okay. I could hit it with some sandpaper, but it's not really gonna do much. It's gonna be going under the suit, and the suit's gonna have puff paint over it, so hopefully that'll draw the eyes away from the shoe shape, I guess. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the shoe on and then put the suit on, and then I'll show you guys how I attach the soles. Alrighty, so I have the bottom half of the suit on, and then I have the shoe under it. So this is kind of what it looks like. Tried to match it up as best as I possibly could with the one I already did. It looks a little janky because of the actual shoe. So that's another thing bad about this shoe. Do not get this shoe. All right, so what you're gonna need for this specific part of the tutorial is some scissors, super glue of your choice. Today I'm just using this Loctite gel. I'm using these little like shoe patches that you put under, like, I think these are mainly for women's heels, but they have an interesting texture to them that I think kind of matches to the ones that were used on the actual Remy suit. So I thought, why not just use these? They look similar enough, and unfortunately they do not sell like big patches, I don't think, at least where I found. But if you find bigger patches, you can go ahead and use them instead of having to go like this and make sure everything lines up the way it's supposed to. First step, we have to cut the bottom of the suit, unfortunately. You don't want to cut it too much, you just want to give it a little room to stretch, sort of. There we go. Make sure all the webs line up and whatnot. Go like that. All right, next, I'm gonna go ahead and glue this down to the sole. And so this is a very experimental method, I think, of doing a Remy shoe. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do something like this yet. And I'm kind of slowly learning why. So there we go. I just glued down this little tip there so it can stop flailing around. And then I'm just gonna start gluing around this area right here. All right, there we go. It's glued down to the shoe as best as we can get it. Now we're gonna go ahead and use these red patches to do that. Just place some glue just to really seal it in. All right guys, so I puff painted one boot. This took about 3-4 days to do. I had to split it up into 4 sections. You know, I just stuffed it with a towel and I was able to puff paint it pretty nicely. But yeah, I wanted to puff paint one boot and not the other so we can get a comparison to see, you know, how well the webs like hide the seams of the shoe. I think it does a pretty good job of distracting. But one thing that is annoying is this part, for some reason, try to get it, is like scrunching up. So this is what it's supposed to be kind of looking like, and this is what it ends up looking like. I don't know why it's scrunching up like that. I don't know if it's because of the way I glued on the shoe, because it's even happening on this one. Just a lot of loose right there. And again, I don't know if it's just because it's supposed to be like that, or but yeah guys, that's how I did the Remy shoes and soles. This is more of an experimental kind of thing. It's not perfect. There are things that need to be fixed with it. I will admit that. If any of you guys watching this can make improvements for my original idea, again, my original idea was to have this be a lot smaller, but I got the wrong shoes. So if someone out there gets the right shoe and, you know, makes this a lot better, please post it on YouTube, that tutorial, because that would be a lot better for people to watch than this video. Because this was kind of a fail, kind of a success. You can take from what you've learned from this video and apply it to real life. But yeah, make sure to subscribe so you can see next week's video, which is gonna be, I was gonna say my full reveal video for this, but I still have this side to paint. But that's okay, because I'm going to be talking about my next cosplay project, and it's going to be an important video, because some things aren't ready yet, per se. But yeah, I'm going to get back in frame. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you guys learned something. I will see you guys next week. Hey everyone, today we're going to be taking a look at my Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man cosplay. Now for this cosplay, I chose to go a little different route when it came to how I actually made the suit. I didn't do any sewing, I didn't do any 3D printing. It was literally just me going out and purchasing things and then putting everything together the best way I could. And the reason for that was because for this specific tutorial series, I wanted it to be something that everyone could do, because this is like all these techniques that I use to make this suit are pretty simple. It's just you gotta spend a little more money for it, but because of the simplified process, you get a pretty good looking suit. So the pattern for the suit was made by Insomnia CBR. It's one of the best like Spider-Man Sam Raimi patterns out there, in my opinion. And then I got it printed by Print Costumes. I got custom measurements, and I even got it printed on colored fabric. However, some small detail that kind of wrecks the suit for me is that it wasn't sized to me exactly 100% correct. I don't know what they were doing. There's some problems with it, like sewing wise, like the sizing of it. I don't know, it was weird. I'll get into it later. But yeah, this was done by Print Costumes. They did a pretty decent job. I love the colored fabric that it's printed on. All that is beautiful. It's just the sizing of it isn't correct. The face shell and lenses were a kit I purchased from Matthew De La Cruz. This was during his November sale. I do know he's actually taking face shell commissions right now, so if you want this same one, you can go ahead and get it. All I really did to the face shell was like sand it down, add Plasti Dip, and then just kind of paint and put together the lenses. It wasn't really that difficult. For the front and back emblem, I purchased them from T-Jack Effects. These ones are spectacular. And I don't want to bash T-Jack Effects because he did a lot of great work. I mean, these spiders are incredible. I love them much more than my TASM 1 ones. But my TASM 2 spiders did feel really delicate. Even like right now, like the thumb pieces are really rubbing off like easier than they should have. And then my first back spider was broken up. So that kind of let me down from T-Jack. Like I didn't think like that would happen, but it did. It was unfortunate. I don't really think it was his fault. But yeah, I'm sold again for T-Jack because these emblems are great. Nice quality. Just, they're perfect for this cosplay. The silver webs were a technique. I don't know if he discovered it. I'm gonna say he discovered it just simplicity's sake. It was discovered by KA Cosplay Tech. He found that if you puff paint the web lines with a black puff paint and then Sharpie over them with a silver Sharpie, you can get the same effect that the urethane webs had on the actual Sam Raimi suit. And it works really well, and it's cheaper. You don't have to spend like hundreds of dollars on urethane webs and then painfully glue them on. You just have to painfully puff paint and then Sharpie them on. And this is just a really nice alternative for that effect. And then finally, we have the shoes. The shoes are probably the most disappointed I am of this suit, just because I had the right idea, but the bad product slash execution. They are semi-accurate. This is a dress shoe like the original movie used. However, if you watch the full video of me making these shoes, I bought the wrong shoe, so that complicated things, but I think I did pretty well, and hopefully from that video about the shoes, you learned something, you learned what not to do, and hopefully you guys can do a lot better than I did. And that's basically it. This was a pretty simple suit to do. It was just kind of a lot to do for the puff painting. If you guys don't know, I hate puff painting now. It wrecks my hand, it takes a lot of time, and puff painting this entire thing as it was pre-sewn was difficult, but you know, it is what it is. You know, other than that, it was pretty simple to do all this, and you guys can easily do this at home if you want to. But yeah, now that we're done breaking down the suit, let's go ahead and put it on. This is my first time wearing it. Oh my God. Whew, I might need to open up a window because it is getting hot already. Bun down. All right. There we go, guys. That's the Sam Raimi Spider-Man cosplay. Now, even though this suit might look great on camera, up close there are a lot of problems, and you guys might even seen those problems when I was getting some B-roll of the suit. There's some, actually I guess it's both legs. Both legs have a lot of like puff paint spills. That was just because I was doing them late at night. I was tired, I wasn't exactly paying attention. And on the gloves, there are also like a lot of silver Sharpie marks, just because I was kind of I was trying to get it done pretty fast and it just got all over the place. Again, my fault. And as you guys probably saw, the shoes wrinkle right where like the shoe meets my actual like leg. And again, I think it's because of the way I glued these on, it's causing that wrinkle, or maybe it's just, again, these are crappy shoes. Who knows? However, one thing that is not my screw up is like the sizing of the suit I mentioned earlier. You can kind of tell it's a little looser than my other suits, like how easily I was able to just throw it on. But it's still pretty baggy, like even like my legs are pretty baggy, my arms are a little okay because I puff painted them. The puff paint definitely tightened the suit a little bit. It refuses it to like stretch as much, so that helps. Another problem I kind of fell into, and I kind of found out while filming this video and also just working on the suit, is that the Sharpie runs off pretty quickly. I don't know if you guys can see that. You can kind of see how it's running off there, and it's running off on the fingers. I guess this hand would be more demonstrable. Yeah, so that all that silver is like rubbing off really easily, and that's to be expected because it's Sharpie. It's going on this like material substance that puff paint is. I don't even know what it is. Also, there's an even like easier way to fix it, and that's just to grab another silver Sharpie. Go ahead and do some touching up real quick. Nothing too elaborate. And then boom, you got good as new. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video and the series. I hope you guys subscribe to see my next project, which will be the Miles Morales Across the Spider-Verse cosplay. And if you need a little information about what my Across the Spider-Verse cosplay is gonna be, you can go ahead and check out this video, which is gonna be my last, which is the video before this one, to kind of get a better idea of what's happening with that suit. Also, make sure to check out my second channel where I uploaded a video on how I made this video possible. But till then, I'm gonna take this off, get to work on other things that I need to get done. So go ahead and check that out. Again, subscribe to this channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, time to take this heat trap off.
Did you actually make it this far? Holy shit. I am genuinely surprised that you made it this far. Did you actually watch the video or just kind of just skip through to see if you could see me again? Touche, touche. Now, I kind of should close the video out here with the Remy costume and Thanksgiving, you know. It would be kind of a good book ending, and that was the last Spider-Man cosplay tutorial series I did. However, it was not the last Spider-Man cosplay I did. I did in fact do a Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse cosplay. While I did not do a tutorial series, I did put out a couple of videos, and honestly, I am not that happy with the way the tutorial came out. I think I could have done a lot better. But the situation I was just kind of in at the time was hectic, let's just say. So as a little Turkey Day treat, please enjoy the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse cosplay tutorial, and I'll see you guys at the end of the video. You're almost there.
It's a Whopper. By the way, that was the second time I've had that burger. Yeah, it just tastes like a burger. Anyways, hey everyone. Welcome to the long-awaited Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse Miles Morales cosplay update. Wow, that's a long title. So yes, the movie is like premiering in a couple weeks, and I still have yet to like do any of the heavy sewing for this costume. I essentially have everything in place. It's just I just don't think it's gonna be done by the time I wanted it done originally. If you couldn't tell, I have a hard time with deadlines. Yeah, deadlines aren't my favorite thing. And before I actually get to updating you guys on what's happening with the cosplay, I had to give a huge shout out to Christopher Jennings, who sent me $2 to my Ko-fi account to help with this project. Thank you, Christopher. That was very, very nice of you. I really appreciate it. You helped pay for the pattern I'm using for this cosplay. So again, thank you to Christopher Jennings. Speaking of the pattern I'm going to be using is ATX Spider's updated Miles Morales pattern. I had originally purchased the original pattern he put out, where it was just very simple. It was just black and red. None of the like armor pieces are on there. But then he updated it and he sent it to me because I purchased the first pattern. So I'll be using that pattern. I already have everything ready to be printed out. I just actually have to go buy ink for my printer because my printer sucks so much. So yeah, I will be using that pattern. It's one of the best patterns out there. Even just like the base of it is really good. I really, really like it. And I'm gonna be showing you guys how to sew that. And speaking of sewing, I have some of the fabrics that I'll be using right here. So this is a metallic matte black spandex I purchased from Spandex World. So this will be the like armor pieces on the Miles Morales cosplay, because it has that nice matte black, but also kind of gives off gray when it hits the light right. Like, well, can't really tell on this camera, I guess. But yeah, so I'll be using this fabric for that. For the red sections, I'm going to be using this clear dot red spandex. Finally, they're back in stock at Spandex World, and I'm going to be using this red spandex as opposed to like painting on the stripes or just using regular red spandex. Because of the dots on them, they remind me of the Ben-Day dots that the film uses a lot. I think it's to help contrast something. I don't know. I'm not that big of an artist yet. And then for the rest of the costume, you know, the black like spandex I'm going to be using, I've actually contacted a very talented man, Gavin Kelson. I contacted him asking if he'd be up to this project, and he was. And I don't have it yet because he's still working on it. I kind of started this project later than I probably should have, but you know, at least it's still happening. And he sent me some photos of the screens being made, and it's just getting me excited. Like I really want to see the final product and just see his talented work made. I'm excited. I am excited. And if you're wondering why I chose to do it just the black spandex and not, you know, like the red, the reason I chose to do that was because if you look at the suit, the red is like painted on, so it doesn't necessarily have like a texture to it. It doesn't have that like, is S? I guess is it an S or is it a Z? I think it's an S. That S pattern that the across the Spider-Verse films have to their suits. But this, if you look at the suit closely, it doesn't have that texture on it, so I just went with the clear dot
to, you know, still have the like Ben-Day dot effect, also just to give it some form of texture to it. And for the logos, I'm going to try to experiment painting them on. It might not be the best idea, but I'm gonna see if I can kind of stencil out the spider on the front and the back and get some white and red spray dye. I don't think it's called spray dye, it's like fabric paint in a can. I've used it before, but not like this, so it'll be interesting to see how that whole thing will turn out. And finally, what most of you guys are probably waiting for, the face shell is done. Well, technically it's not quite done yet. I still have to glue in the mesh. Right now it's just kind of like friction holding it together. But yeah, so the face shell is essentially done. This specific file was from LDS 3D. I remember when I first saw this model, I was like, wow, this is probably one of the most accurate across the Spider-Verse facials out there. So yeah, I finally got to purchase it and 3D print it. Printed it on this old CR10 right here. Ignore that Blue Beetle helmet. And you know, it turned out okay. The lenses could have been better, but honestly, I think you're gonna all be impressed with the actual suit more than the lenses. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, I even have like that blue line in there that the movie does. And you know, if I ever do a Into the Spider-Verse Miles suit, this would be perfect for that. So I believe that's everything for the Miles suit, at least that I have done so far, which isn't a lot, but you know, it's getting there. But yeah, guys, that's it for this video. I hope you're excited for this cosplay to be done. If I can't get this project done by, let's say, June 3rd, I will be uploading a sewing tutorial for ATX Spider's Spider-Man pattern, because I do need to test if the pattern will fit me first, so I definitely will be sewing a test suit. So yeah, you guys will have that to look forward to. But till then, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video, where I will be talking about how I made, oh god, this Blue Beetle helmet. I'm here to apologize for my actions. I have to admit, I am not a perfect person. I have taken some time to reassess and reevaluate my life. And I am just really, really sorry that this video took so long to come out. I mean, it's been like a year, and like this costume has just been done and dusted for that long. Like, I'm sorry about that. You know, you know what? Let me get my ukulele. Hey everyone, this is how I made my Miles Morales Across the Spider-Verse cosplay. To start off, like every other Spider-Man cosplay, we need a pattern. And for this specific costume, I chose ATX Spider's pattern. It's probably the most accurate and easiest sewing pattern I've seen for this specific costume. And while it is literally perfect, I did make some modifications to it. After I uploaded the pattern into Photoshop, I decided I wanted to take off all the textures on it just so I can make it more printer friendly. So I did that. And then I also decided to make some cuts around the pattern, mainly around the gloves, because I wanted separate gloves. And then I cut off the legs at the knees, and then I believe somewhere on the arm. This was all just to make transferring it over to our special screen printed fabric a lot easier, and because they only came in sheets, not in like a giant yard kind of situation. And then I printed it out using Adobe Acrobat. You just use Adobe Acrobat's poster function, and it'll print out the entire pattern into separate sheets of paper, which you can then just kind of tape together. So to best try to replicate the costume, I really wanted to implement the halftones or like the Ben-Day dots that the movie suit kind of does. You know, in certain lighting, you can kind of see like white dots on like the edges, or like even like when there's certain lighting scenarios, the kind of fabric
color kind of changes. So to do that, I used clear dot spandex from Spandex World. But I didn't stop there because I wanted to replicate the kind of S texture that the suit has in the movies. I contacted an amazing artist and screen printer, Gavin Kelson, and he was able to screen print on top of that. It turned out beautifully. It looks just like the movies. I was very, very happy with it. And then for like these little armor bit pieces that go along the costume, like at the back, the abs, the arms, and like the shins and knees, I used this matte metallic black spandex that I also found from Spandex World. And then once I had all of the fabrics I needed for this, I transferred over the pattern to the fabric. Usually I would do this on like the back side of the fabric, but because I wanted to make sure that the little S's would flow correctly, I actually transferred it on the front of the fabric. And then it's time to get to sewing. I can't tell the footage apart just by looking at it, so I'm going to let Editing Johnny take that over for the sewing sections. After transferring over the pattern to the fabric, you should be left with pieces for the front, pieces for the back, pieces for the legs, pieces for the arm, a couple of foot pieces, glove pieces if you decided to make them separate like me, and of course the mask. Now we're going to start off by sewing the mask. You should have 2 side pieces, a long mid piece, and 2 smaller back pieces. Now we're actually going to start off by sewing the invisible zipper to the 2 back pieces. When sewing invisible zippers, I like to use an invisible zipper foot so I can get as close to the teeth without actually sewing them. And then I also like to use a normal straight stitch. Next, we're going to sew the 2 back pieces to the front piece. I don't know where that footage went, but I did it, I swear to God. Once that is done, we're going to go ahead and attach the 2 side pieces to the main long piece, just going along from one side to the other, making a full mask. When sewing the 2 pieces of fabrics together, I like to use a straight stretch stitch to start, and then going back in once I'm finished with a, oh God, what's it called? I'll put it up on screen right now. I use that one to kind of finish it off. And there we go. We have a fully sewn mask, and we just gotta hem the bottoms. Next up, we're gonna focus on sewing up the shirt, and we're gonna start off by sewing these 2 pieces together. Once that's done, we're going to connect this smaller piece to this H-looking piece. After that, we're going to go ahead and connect the 2 pieces we just sewn so we can make a larger torso piece. Now before we sew in the red side pieces, we're going to jump to the back so we can sew in this heart-shaped looking piece into the back.
And I have to interrupt here because we have to talk about the logos at this point. Now, the logos for this specific Spider-Man could be done in a couple different ways. You could puff paint it. You could even just like paint it on with a brush or like a sponge. You can maybe like make a urethane casting of them. But I wanted something cheaper and more accurate to miles, I guess. I decided I wanted to actually spray paint the logos on using this tulip fabric spray paint that I got at my local craft store, Michael's or a Hobby Lobby or a Joann's, somewhere. Craft stores, sewing fabric stores. So in order to get accurate spiders, I believe I got the logos from ATX Spiders pattern. They were included in there. And I use Adobe Acrobat to get in like an accurate size of what they are to the pattern. I lined the back of the papers with masking tape. And this was to give it some structure and not have it to fall apart, because this is our stencil. By the way, this is our stencil. I didn't mention that. Using an X-Acto knife, I cut out the spiders meticulously. I wanted to do that rather than just try to grab some scissors, because we were gonna need the spiders so we can align everything correctly. Because like the front logo has a lot of spots that are just not connected to anything, so we want to keep that spider intact so that we can use it to kind of place it correctly. To make sure that the pieces didn't move everywhere, because there are a lot of smaller pieces on that spider again. God damn those designers. I used tack spray, not spray adhesive. We're not trying to glue down the stencil necessarily. We're just trying to get some tack on there to kind of make it stick. So I individually tacked on all the pieces meticulously, and then it was time to spray paint. I used a base coat of white because if you ever try to spray paint red on black fabric, you know it doesn't work. It just doesn't. That's not how color theory works. I guess that's what my girlfriend tells me. So I laid down a base coat of white, just like a couple of layers on top of that, and then I went in with the red. The red looked beautiful on it, honestly. I couldn't ask for a better result on them. It just really ended up working out, and I'm glad that it kind of matches the red on the bleeding armpits sections, but it doesn't match 100%, and I kind of do wish that I just kind of went in and made like an entirely black undersuit and spray painted on all the red details. I feel like that would have been a lot better. You could do that for your suit. Try that out. Tell me how it works, because I wish I really did it now, and I don't feel like remaking this suit. Anyways, back to sewing.
Now that we have our logos on, we can go ahead and sew in the red sides to the front. Now we can move on to the arms. We're going to go ahead and start by sewing this Y looking piece to this H looking piece. Next, we're going to go ahead and sew the forearm to the H looking piece, completing a mostly finished arm. Once that is done, we're going to go ahead and sew the teardrop looking piece to the Y piece. To finish up the arm, we're going to go ahead and sew in the red piece to the whole thing. Once you have this piece sewn on, you should have something like this, and then we're gonna go ahead and make a full shirt. First off, we're gonna sew in an invisible zipper on the side of the neck that kind of goes down towards the shoulder rather than just straight down. That's something I really like about ATX Spider's pattern. And you can see there I marked down where the zippers begin and end so I can get an accurate sewing job of the same length. Once the zipper is sewn in, we're just going to go ahead and close off the rest of that seam at the bottom of the armpit, and then we're going to go ahead and just sew the arms to the two torso pieces, the front and the back. And then we can go ahead and sew the arm up to complete, well, the arm. To complete the shirt, we're going to go ahead and sew in 2 invisible zippers on the sides, going from the red section and then to the back. Once you've sewn in the zipper, you should have a completed shirt, just like this. Then it's time to move on to the legs. Now, we're gonna go ahead and start off by sewing these black armor pieces to the front and the back of the leg. Once that is done, we're going to go ahead and sew in this red strip to the 2 pieces we just sewed. Next, we're going to go ahead and sew in this shin armor piece to the bottom of the leg. To connect everything together, we're going to go ahead and grab this knee armor thing and then just sew everything to that. Once that is done, we're going to go ahead and connect these 2 foot pieces from the top. Once that is done, you're going to go ahead and sew the foot to the rest of the leg, and then you're going to go ahead and start forming the pants, first by sewing together the crotch and then the butt crack. Now, I don't know where the footage for this section went, but I can tell you that you just need to sew up the inseam of the leg. So starting from the bottom of the foot, going all the way around up to the crotch and down to the next foot. Then it's just time to sew the front of the shirt to the front of the pants. To complete the bodysuit, we're going to go ahead and sew in a jacket zipper at the bottom of the back and the top of the back of the pants. This is so that we can kind of create an enclosure like the MCU suits use. If you did it correctly, you should be able to tuck in the jacket zipper ends between the invisible zippers, hiding them and creating a kind of seamless look. Last thing up is to sew up the glove, and that's kind of pretty self-explanatory. I just sewed in the little arrow piece into the main black part and then sewed on the red to the black. If you decided to keep the gloves attached to the rest of the costume, this step would be done with the rest of the arm. Now, another thing to mention is that if your hands are on the bigger side, mine are kind of on the smaller, you might need to sew in these gussets. These will allow for more room in the fingers when you're trying to wear them.
Now, the face shell and lenses. This specific face shell files were by LDS3D. This is his Into the Spider-Verse files. They work really well. I do love the shape that it gives my head, and like I love the big lenses. However, it is a little big on my head. The old head scan I was using, I think it had a bit of a fuller face, if you will, back then. It's like 2 years old now. So yeah, I think the head scaling was just wrong because it does give me a little bit of a back there. Another file I would recommend that I'm probably gonna have to reprint for this specific cosplay in the future are sensational props of Across the Spider-Verse files. I think those are a little bit better for this specific cosplay just because it's for the Across the Spider-Verse suit, and you can change out the eyes. I think that's a really cool function. There are just a bunch of magnets on there and then you can switch out the eyes. I think I might look into doing that definitely in the future for this cosplay. But for now, this will work, and I have a bunch of face shell tutorial videos out there, and there are a bunch out there.
Here's a quick time lapse anyways. I also decided to glue down the mask to the face shell. You can see kind of here the magnets poking out of the mask. I did that because I wanted to test it out. I wanted to experiment a little bit, like what are the benefits, or if there are any, to having a mask that's glued down to a face shell. There aren't that much. It's always perfectly aligned. You never have to worry about that. Other than that, there's not really that many benefits, honestly. I think I will do it again, and I have done it since, and there were definite benefits to that. I will get into that into the future. But yeah, you don't really have to glue down your face shell for this one. It's okay if you don't. I just did it to experiment, and it worked. It kind of worked, it kind of didn't. I can't really use this face shell with any other mask anymore, so it's up to you if you want to glue down your mask to your face shell. There are some benefits, a lot of cons. Yes, and then finally, the shoes. Not gonna lie, I kind of got a little lazy and I did want to kind of experiment too. So what I simply did was I got these red soled shoes off of Amazon, and then I literally just glued down the costume on top of the shoes. I used like hot glue, and like I trimmed the edges. That's all I did. I feel like that is appropriate for a Spider-Man cosplay, and it looks good, and the shoes are comfortable. I feel like I can just like walk around in them all day. It worked just fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can barely tell. It looks and feels just fine. It is hard to put them on though, not gonna lie. It's not perfect, but it works. It works. That's the point.
Brady, you made it to the end. Congratulations. Here's a little treat for you. Next week's video is going to feature ATX Spider, cosplay contest award winner and just absolutely fabulous pattern designer. I'm really excited to have him featured on the channel, and like this is only the start of, you know, me collaborating with a bunch of really great creative people. So make sure you stay tuned, subscribe. Again, tell everyone you know to subscribe and watch my videos. Lots of exciting things are happening. So yeah, I've taken up a lot of your time. I don't know how long this video actually is. So yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, happy Turkey Day.